Chapter 1276. Outside a dark prison cell in divine sword weave. 2 prison guards guarded the cell very carefully. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Big brother, we're going to make a huge contribution this time," the shorter prison guard said excitedly. "That's right. This Lee Sai is still so stubborn even after his cultivation was sealed. He refused to say a word even though he was tortured to the brink of death." The taller prison guard nodded. "That's not all. Who knows how many methods were used to pry information out of him. This Lee Sai is like a rock in a latrine, smelly and hard. He's covered in wounds. Even his face is a bloody mess. He nearly died from having his tongue pulled out. Now, he can't even speak clearly," the shorter prison guard sighed. Even Jin Xiong and the Manor Lord gave up hope. "Who would have thought that we would have such an opportunity to make a contribution?" The taller prison guard nodded. "Lee Sai is on his last breath. Now, he's finally willing to confess. Once second brother gets his confession, we'll immediately go meet the Manor Lord. However, before that, we absolutely cannot let anyone know. Otherwise, our contribution will be greatly reduced," the shorter prison guard said. "That's right. However, this Lee Sai is also strange. He's injured all over, yet he still wants to write down his confession. Can he write it? There's nothing we can do about it. He can't speak clearly after his tongue was pulled out last time." The 2 prison guards were excited. However, the scene inside the sealed cell was different. Lee Sai's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. His face was covered in countless marks. On the ground in front of him was a piece of xian paper. Lee Sai was writing with a brush. Whoosh. However, after he put the brush down, a large number of armored soldiers suddenly charged out of the paper. The soldiers seemed to appear out of thin air as they charged at the prison guard beside them. "Ah, not good. Is this the legendary manifestation of Qi?" The jailer suddenly cried out in surprise. Boom. The prison guard was slammed into the wall by the armored soldiers. The group of soldiers immediately restrained the prison guard. In the blink of an eye, the prison guard's neck was choked and he couldn't speak. However, Lee Sai stood up with great difficulty. A sinister smile appeared on his mangled face. "It's right to be eager to make a contribution. However, don't you know that I'm a scholar? A scholar doesn't need a treasure or a blade. All I need is a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I can write a magnificent army." Ha 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 ha. A portion of the soldiers that walked out from Lee Sai's body trapped the jailer, while the other portion quickly pointed at Lee Sai's body. Boom. One by one, the soldiers charged towards Lee Sai. Lee Sai had a pained expression on his face, but he still forced himself to endure the soldiers undoing the seal on him. Rumble. A whole incense stick's worth of time. Crack. The seal in Lee Sai's body suddenly cracked open. Who? Countless amounts of energy quickly floated up and repaired Lee Sai's body. "It's finally unsealed," Lee Sai said with a ferocious look. With his ancestral immortal cultivation base, he was able to swiftly heal up his severely wounded body. The countless imprints on his face were also being mended at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the prison guard who was trapped by the armored soldiers had a terrified expression on his face. "I'm in big trouble. I'm in big trouble this time." After nearly 2 hours, Lee Sai finally healed his injuries. Lee Sai looked at that prison guard, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, "It's really all thanks to you that I was able to escape this time." Woo woo woo. The prison guard cried out in fear. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Do you know why I let you stay? It's because your body shape is very similar to mine. If I were to leave, wouldn't I need someone to replace me?" Lee Sai sneered coldly. Woo 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 woo. The prison guard shook his head in fear. "The fact that I didn't kill you after all these years of torture is already the greatest mercy I can give you. You can only blame yourselves for being too greedy. You shouldn't have handed me the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone." Ha ha ha. Lee Sai's eyes were cold as he laughed. Soon, Lee Sai swapped the two's clothes. Boom. With a stretch of his hand, Lee Sai heavily injured the prison guard's body. Ah. The immense pain caused the prison guard to faint instantly. Faint. Don't wake up if you faint. Li Sai pointed a finger at the prison guard's head. Boom. The prison guard's body trembled, and he showed no signs of waking up. Li Sai tidied up the surroundings, walked slowly to the door, and knocked. Second brother, are you done? The shift is about to change. A shout came from outside the door. Immediately, two figures rushed in excitedly. As soon as they entered, they saw Li Sai standing in front of them. You! Boom! Li Sai, who had recovered his cultivation, instantly killed the two. With a wave of his hand, the two turned into a pile of powder. Li Sai waved his sleeve and threw them to a flower bed outside. Li Sai swaggered out of the prison cell. Not long after, 3 more people walked past the prison cell. Those 3 bastards, we only delayed them for a while and they escaped. If we let the felons escape, none of us will have a good time. The other 3 prison guards rushed into the prison cell while cursing. As soon as they entered the prison cell, they saw Li Sai lying on the ground on the verge of death. The 3 of them looked disgusted. Fortunately, this stubborn old man is still here. As they spoke, the 3 of them went out to guard him again. The Great Shen Holy Court versus Deity Sword Manor. This time, the Great Shen Holy Court was aggressive. Although they did not send out the entire country, the troops were all elites of the Great Shen Holy Court. In the early stages, they charged to open up new territory. In the later stages, a large number of troops and officials rushed forward to govern. After taking down Shijian territory, the Great Shen Holy Court's army split into 4 and went in 4 directions. Yang Chuan led the Terracotta Army and rushed straight to Deity Sword territory. Not long after, they arrived at Deity Sword territory. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstructions. Yang Chuan did not have the time to destroy the cities one by one. Instead, he went straight to the center of Deity Sword Manor. The closer they got, the more sword-shaped mountains rose into the sky. Roar! Roar! The dragon roared, and the Great Shen Holy Court's aura soared into the sky. Not long after, the Great Shen Holy Court's army arrived outside Deity Sword Manor. It was a vast mountain range. There seemed to be 108 giant sword-shaped mountains around it that rose into the sky. Most importantly, there seemed to be an endless amount of fog all around. The fog stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. Although the surrounding mountains and rivers could be seen clearly, it was still somewhat blurry. Yang Chuan led the army and stopped at the entrance of Deity Sword Manor. They could clearly see a peak in the center of Deity Sword Manor. There was a huge palace on top of it. The palace was called Deity Sword Hall. Deity Sword Hall's square. At this moment, there were many figures standing there. It was as if they knew that Yang Chuan and the others were coming. Deity Sword Manor was on standby. In the manor, countless sword cultivators stared at the army of 100,000 with unfriendly expressions. Deity Sword Hall's square. Gui Guzi, a white-bearded man, and Zhen Xiong stood at the front. Behind them were many experts with imposing auras. Holy King, apart from Dark Gui Guzi, Zhen Xiong, and Deity Sword Manor's Manor Lord, there are nearly 15 ancestral immortals. Meng Yi said solemnly. So what? Bai Qi said with an arrogant expression. Meng Yi nodded. At the very least, he was not the only ancestral immortal in his terracotta army. The Great Shen Holy Court had never been afraid of anyone. Yang Chuan, on the other hand, was staring at the 2 people on the square. One was Dark Gui Guzi, and the other was Zhen Xiong. Dark Gui Guzi. If not for his extremely dark aura, he would have looked exactly like Gui Guzi. Yang Chuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Dark Gui Guzi suddenly sneered. You've brought Deity Sword Manor into the abyss. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Is that so? Dark Gui Guzi sneered. Mph, the surroundings are filled with fog and the dragon veins are surging. Is this a feng shui master's derivative world? Yang Chuan said coldly. That's right. A derivative world that you're familiar with. Yang Chuan, should I call you Ying or Yang Chuan? Ha 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 ha. Dark Gui Guzi laughed loudly. As he spoke, Dark Gui Guzi gently stomped his foot. With that stomp, the ground suddenly changed from the tip of his foot. The mountain below disappeared, and so did Deity Sword Manor. Instead, it turned into a huge, majestic hall. Skyward Hall? Bai Chi's face darkened. Wasn't Skyward Hall the imperial court of the Great Shan Holy Court? It wasn't over yet. The entire deity sword mountain quickly changed. Feng Shui-derived worlds and everything turned into derivative things. The surroundings suddenly turned into countless pavilions. The disciples of deity sword manor also underwent a huge change. They were originally wearing white clothes, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into official uniforms. The people around them also kept changing. Among them, the leader of deity sword manor suddenly changed and a pair of dragon horns appeared on his head. The ancestral immortals behind him quickly turned into Bai Chi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Lu Buwei, Li Sai, and other officials. This is... Meng Yi was shocked. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge sea of fortune clouds appeared in the sky. This sea of fortune clouds was at least 10 times bigger than Great Zenith's. The officials behind Dark Gui Guzi formed a line of 1,000 people, which was even more magnificent than Great Shan Holy Court's current officials. Ferocious auras surged from all directions like a vast ocean, rushing straight towards Yang Chuan and his group. Dark Gui Guzi, who created the derivative worlds, took a step forward. Surrounded by black fog, he lowered his head and slowly raised it. In the black fog, Dark Gui Guzi's appearance also changed. At the same time, his clothes turned into a black dragon robe. He held the flat imperial hat in his hand and slowly stood up. Great Thousand World, Great Qin Heavenly Court, I am the Heavenly Emperor. Win. Gui Guzi shouted. His shout reverberated through the 9 heavens. Above the Sea of Luck, the golden dragon with 18 claws raised its head and roared. Roar. The dragon's roar raged. Thousands of soldiers and horses appeared in all directions, surrounding Yang Chuan and the others. In terms of numbers, Yang Chuan and the others were like a small boat in the ocean. The fierce Great Qin army around them surged with endless murderous intent. Zhen Xiong changed into Gui Guzi's appearance. The deity sword manor's leader had the aura of the dragon race around him. Endless dragon race roared around him. The surging aura surged towards Yang Chuan. The 5 dragons in front of the carriage were already dumbfounded. Wasn't this aura too terrifying? The derivative world gave birth to my first life, the peerless Great Qin. Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed as he said coldly. Chapter 1277. Deity Sword Villa. White mist surrounded the area as the sky changed color. Everything disappeared and turned into a vast city. Heavenly Court City, Skyward Palace entrance. As Giguzi transformed into Ying, a wild and supreme aura rushed out in all directions. Thousands of soldiers surrounded Yang Chuan's terracotta army in the center. The derivative world gave birth to my first incarnation, the peerless Great Qin. Yang Chuan said coldly. That's right. The first incarnation of you crushed the current you. Interesting. Giguzi said. Ha ha ha. The derivative world is just a feng shui technique. How can it compare to my first incarnation? Besides, the degree of derivation depends on the medium used. Yang Chuan said. Yes, it can't compare. However, don't forget that I'm derived from the entire deity sword villa. My power is naturally many times stronger than nihility. HMPH, terracotta army, right? Giguzi sneered. Giguzi's incarnation of Ying waved his hand. Crack, 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 crack. A group of bronze-looking soldiers suddenly walked out from the surrounding army. They all looked cold and stared at Yang Chuan and the others. Great Qin's terracotta army in the past. I wonder how strong your terracotta army is now? Giguzi sneered. He waved his hand. Yes. The bronze terracotta army replied. Load the crossbows. Among the bronze terracotta soldiers, a general who looked like Meng Yi shouted. Meng Yi's face changed. Load the crossbows. Meng Yi also shouted. Boom. The 2 armies quickly aimed their arrows at each other. Fire. Almost at the same time, they shouted. The arrows from the 2 sides collided at an extremely fast speed. Boom. Instantly, Meng Yi's arrow rain exploded. The arrow rain on the other side was reduced by 70%, but there was still 30% coming. Defend. Meng Yi shouted. Roar. The ancestral immortals in the terracotta army responded and combined their heavenly dows. Suddenly, nearly 40 heavenly dows appeared in front of the arrow rain. Boom. After a massive collision, the 40 heavenly dows shook violently and barely managed to block the attack. The first wave of attacks was blocked. Almost everyone's face sank. The bronze terracotta army was only a derivative of the Great Qin Empire, and it was definitely far inferior to the Great Qin Empire of the past. Even so, how could it compare to the ferocity of the Great Qin Empire? Just how much had this derivative world evolved? Kill. From afar, bronze man Meng Yi shouted loudly, leading the terracotta soldiers to charge over. Go. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Kill. Meng Yi shouted and led the terracotta soldiers to charge forward. Meng Yi, let me help you break their formation. Bai Qi shouted and rushed forward. Bai Qi rushed out and slashed at the Bronze Legion with his saber. A beam of white light descended from the sky, bringing with it a vast might as it collided with the bronze terracotta army. Bronze Meng Yi's face turned cold. Shield formation. Roar. With a loud roar, the 100,000 soldiers swung out tens of thousands of bronze shields. As soon as the shields appeared, they collided with Bai Qi's saber. Boom. Countless vortexes appeared in the air. Back in Xianyang, Bai Qi's saber strike could instantly destroy the ancestral immortal's heavenly Dao. However, it did nothing here. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Yang Chuan understood that the derivative medium that Dark Gui Guzi used must have been something that he carried with him back then. Even he regarded it as a treasure. That was why it could evolve to such a degree. What was it? In the distance, Bai Qi's saber strike did nothing. However, it instantly shot towards the bronze terracotta army. Good. It's easy to come in, but don't go out. Shield trap. Bronze man Meng Yi shouted. Boom. Countless shields charged towards Bai Qi in the center. Bai Qi's eyes widened, and he suddenly roared. Roar. As he roared, countless blood-red lotuses appeared around him, and a huge golden man appeared. Golden body of the killing path. The moment the golden body of the killing path appeared, it expanded rapidly. A ferocious killing intent shot out from its body and clashed with the shield formation. Boom. The golden body of the killing path was extremely powerful. Suddenly, the void exploded, and countless bronze terracotta army were sent flying. Ah! Bang! Amidst the miserable cries, many people in the bronze terracotta army exploded. It was as if they were bubbles to begin with. The formation was destroyed with a loud bang. The moment Bai Qi's golden body of the killing path appeared, its power skyrocketed. At this moment, the real Meng Yi arrived with the terracotta army. Shield formation. Meng Yi shouted. Just like the bronze terracotta army, a fierce shield formation spread out. It instantly broke the bronze terracotta army's formation. Suddenly, another sky-breaking saber strike slashed towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi's expression changed, and he faced the saber. Boom. The two sabers collided, and the void exploded. Bai Qi took half a step back before he could stabilize himself. His expression sank as he looked at the other side. On the other side, there was a golden body of the killing path standing behind him. The other Bai Qi looked at him coldly. Ha, ha, it's me? You want to imitate me? I remember you. You were an ancestral immortal standing behind Gui Guzi. H. So what if your strength is boosted by the derivative world? Bai Qi had a fierce expression as he stepped forward. The two Bai Qis used the same move again, and the two sabers slashed at each other. Boom. The two sabers collided fiercely. Bai Qi had a fierce expression, and so did the other Bai Qi. Neither of them gave way. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Bai Qi snorted coldly. The golden body of the killing path took a step forward and fused with him. Boom. A fierce aura burst out, and the killing intent in the surroundings condensed into billions of sabers that slashed towards the other Bai Qi. The other Bai Qi saw this and quickly fused with the golden body of the killing path. His strength instantly increased. Bai Qi smiled coldly and said, "It's useless. You can't imitate the golden body of the killing path. If you don't kill enough people, Any derivation technique will be useless. Die. Roar. As Bai Qi shouted, the saber in his hand suddenly burst out with a boundless blood-red light. It slashed through everything and instantly cut the golden body of the killing path in half. Bang! The Bai Qi created by Dark Gui Guzi was killed on the spot. However, Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, he understood that this derivative world was incredible. Bai Qi took a deep breath and said, as expected of the trash that separated from Mr. Dark Gui Guzi snorted coldly. Suddenly, Wang Jian's sword light soared into the sky, and a blood-red light filled the sky. Meng Tian's spear danced, and boundless blood-red dragon energy shot out. The last one was the Mana Lord, who had transformed into a man with dragon horns. He took a step forward. The ancestor dragon that simulated the Great Thousand Realms? Ha ha, come together. Bai Qi shouted coldly and charged forward. Boom. Bai Qi and the group of experts instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Dark Gui Guzi said coldly, Bai Qi? You actually recovered 30% of your strength from your first life. Yang Chuan, you are really lucky. Yang Chuan's gaze was cold. Zhao Arfang stood at the side, frowning. As for the 5 dragons pulling the chariot, they were stunned. What was going on? Bai Qi. He was so ferocious now, but he only had 30% of his strength from his first life. 30%. Bai Qi waved his hand. At the side, Zhen Xiong created Gui Guzi and stepped forward. You cannot use feng shui in the feng shui derivative world. However, I cultivate both feng shui and luck. I can use the life-stealing technique against the enemy, Dark Gui Guzi said. Zhen Xiong created Gui Guzi and nodded, stepping forward. Zhao Arfang looked at Yang Chuan and frowned. She took a deep breath and said, Wang, Zhen Xiong, let me deal with him. All right. I want to find out what I was back then. Be careful. Be careful. Yang Chuan nodded. Seeing Zhao Arfang step forward, Zhen Xiong smiled coldly and said, Little girl, you also reincarnated. However, you are actually blind. Zhao Arfang took a deep breath. Zhen Xiong was her father in her previous life, but he had poisoned her to death in her previous life. From the moment of his death, this father-daughter relationship had ended. However, there was still an ill-fated relationship in her previous life. Zhao Arfang wanted to end this karma. Zhen Xiong, I will use the life-stealing technique to kill you and end all karma. Zhao Arfang said coldly. Life-stealing technique? Most of your life-stealing technique was not taught by Gui Guzi. I created Gui Guzi now, and I have master helping me. You think you can kill me? Zhen Xiong said coldly. As he spoke, Zhen Xiong slowly sat down cross-legged. Zhao Arfang also slowly sat down cross-legged. The moment they sat down, countless stars suddenly circled around them. As they circled, the void shook. Then, endless blue light gushed out of each of them and charged at each other. Boom! The 2 blue lights collided in mid-air, as if forming a mirror, and colliding with each other. As they collided, the blue light continued to strengthen. Zhao Arfang? Haha, I didn't think that after reincarnating dozens of times, your life-stealing technique would become so exquisite. The light of misfortune is actually so endless. Dark Gui Guzi said coldly. Yang Chuan said coldly, these are all things that I played with back then. You want to use them against me? Haha, Yang Chuan, I know you're unyielding and unyielding. In this life, you'll definitely challenge a higher level. However, you're still too weak now. Compared to your previous life, the difference is too great. Even if we can't recreate the might of Great Qin in the derivative world, it's still not something you can resist. Dark Gui Guzi coldly said. As he spoke, he waved his hand at Zhen Xiong and pointed at the sky. Boom! A vast astral source suddenly appeared in the void. The moment it appeared, it connected with Zhen Xiong's fate chart. Zhen Xiong's life-usurping technique's power skyrocketed. The original blue light instantly became more than 10 times brighter. Zhao Arfang could not take it anymore. Yang Chuan also waved his hand. Boom! Behind Zhao Arfang, a towering tree suddenly shot up into the sky. As soon as the world tree appeared, green energy surged into Zhao Arfang's body. Boom! Zhao Arfang's power also skyrocketed. The original blue light also became more than 10 times brighter. The declining momentum instantly disappeared, and it fiercely suppressed Zhenxiong. Cypress tree? How can you control the old man's cypress tree? Dark Gooey Goose's expression changed. Chapter 1278. Cypress tree? How can you mobilize the old man's cypress tree? Dark Gooey Goose's expression changed. In the distance, Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. From Dark Gooey Goose's tone, Yang Chuan could hear a different feeling. Why can't I mobilize the cypress tree? Yang Chuan asked solemnly. Dark Gooey Goose's eyes widened. The cypress tree is the foundation of the Bai family. It is connected to the old man's life. Other than him, no one can mobilize it. No one can. Unless. Dark Gooey Goose's eyelids twitched as if he didn't dare to say it out loud. Yang Chuan stared at Dark Gooey Goose. Although Dark Gooey Goose was cursing Bai Huang as an old man, Yang Chuan could hear a sense of respect in his tone. Dark Gooey Goose respected Bai Huang. Could it be that Dark Gooey Goose respected him as well? Bai Huang is dead. Yang Chuan sighed softly. What? What? Impossible. How could the old man be dead? How could he be dead? Dark Gooey Goose suddenly screamed. You've been in this world for some years now. In the past, the cypress tree withered and declined. You should know that it was Bai Huang who died. The cypress tree had nothing left to live for and wanted to die. Until it met me, Yang Chuan said solemnly. The cypress tree wanted to die. So the old man died at that time? The old man is dead. Dark Gooey Goose's eyes suddenly turned red. Suddenly, Dark Gooey Goose clutched his chest in pain. Ah! Dark Gooey Goose screamed in pain. Bastard, I shouldn't have let you hear it, you shouldn't have heard it. Ah, your sorrow resonates with my sorrow? My heart hurts. Dark Gooey Goose clutched his chest and cried out in pain. Yang Chuan stared at Dark Gooey Goose in surprise. Yang Chuan said solemnly, I finally understand. Gooey Goose was Bai Huang's top disciple back then, and his potential was limitless. Bai Huang said that among the disciples of the Bai family, only I could be mentioned in the same breath as Gooey Goose. Back then, I had witnessed Gooey Goose's terrifying potential, but in the end, he was still lacking. I thought that Bai Huang had misjudged him, but it turns out that he was wrong. It turns out that the Gooey Goose I knew was only half of Gooey Goose. As for you, although you are the body of evil thoughts that split from Gooey Goose, you still have your own emotions, just like Yao Tianshang, Zhu, and the Tsar. Dark Gooey Goose had no time to pay attention to Yang Chuan. The surrounding ministers looked at Dark Ghost Goose worriedly. Dark Gooey Goose clutched his chest in extreme pain. Bastard, don't cause trouble. Bai Huang is dead. We'll just avenge him in the future. The cypress tree is Bai Huang's legacy. Yang Chuan doesn't deserve it. I'll take the cypress tree first. We'll talk about the rest later. Don't be sad. Dark Gooey Goose roared, clutching his chest. It was as if he was talking to Gooey Goose in his body. However, the grief he felt at this moment was not something that could be stopped with just a few words. If it was just Gooey Goose's grief, he could block it out. The key was that he was also grieving. The resonance of the two sorrows caused Dark Gooey Goose's body to become extremely chaotic. Roar. Ministers, generals, Dark Gooey Goose roared. Your subjects are here. Tens of millions of soldiers and subjects roared in response. Ah! Dark Gooey Goose clutched his chest in pain. Suddenly, someone stepped forward from the crowd. Heaven Emperor, this subject is willing to share your burden and carry out your orders to punish the invader. A minister shouted. Dark Gooey Goose clutched his chest as he nodded and said, Li Sai, lead the ministers and generals to kill Yang Chuan on the dragon carrot. Yes. Almost everyone answered in unison. Above the Sea of Providence, a beam of golden light suddenly shot down. It shot straight into Li Sai's palm. A large word appeared in the golden light, order. Li Sai received the order and took a step forward. All the soldiers waited for Li Sai's orders. Li Sai took the lead and walked not far away from Zhenxiong. He looked around. In the distance, Great Qin's ferocious generals and the dragon race surrounded Bai Qi. Bai Qi was also incredibly ferocious. He swung his saber, and countless corpses flew into the air. His golden body of killing shot out billions of saber blades. Boom! Generals fell to Bai Qi's saber one after another. On the other side, the terracotta army defeated the bronze army. Li Sai looked around. Close to 100 million people were all ready to go. On the dragon carriage, the 5 dragons were nervous. However, Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly as he stood with his hands behind his back. In the center of Yang Chuan's right palm, there were traces of small stars revolving around it. Clearly, Yang Chuan had also prepared for everything. Gui Guzi clutched his chest to suppress the pain. Li Sai held the token and ordered the 3 armies. After taking a deep breath, Li Sai held the token and suddenly shouted, "Great Qin's Li Sai leads the Great Qin's ministers and soldiers to defeat the Great Perfection Celestial Dynasty and bow to the Sage King. Long live the Sage King!" Boom! The entire derivative world suddenly shook violently. Countless illusory soldiers and officials followed Li Sai's command medallion and bowed respectfully towards Yang Chuan. However, the people created by the deity Sword Manner's disciples were shocked. "What? Third Ancestral Master, what are you doing? Third Ancestral Master, why are you surrendering to Yang Chuan? What's going on?" Countless people exclaimed in shock. As for Li Sai, he suddenly stretched out his hand and struck Zhen Xiong's body. Boom! Under the palm, Zhen Xiong, who was using the life-stealing technique, was caught off guard and was severely injured. Puff! Zhen Xiong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "What?" Zhen Xiong exclaimed in shock. Boom! Zhao Arfang's countless light of misfortune rushed towards Zhen Xiong. In the blink of an eye, endless blue light entered Zhen Xiong's body. Ah! Zhen Xiong screamed in horror. Rebels suddenly appeared in the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Once the internal strife occurred, the entire derivative world shook. Rumble! While the world was shaking, Yang Chuan suddenly closed his eyes. After a while, Yang Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at somewhere on the ground. "It's actually my imperial seal." Yang Chuan stared. On the other side, Dark Gui Guzi shouted angrily, "How dare you!" Dark Gui Guzi struck Li Sai with his palm. Li Sai naturally dodged quickly. Whoosh! Li Sai dodged to the side. "Who are you? You're not the 3rd founder. Who are you?" Zhen Xiong exclaimed. Li Sai sneered and said, "Of course I'm not your 3rd founder. Zhen Xiong, after torturing me for so long, you don't even remember me. Li Sai, you're the real Li Sai? Impossible. Yesterday, I went to the prison to check on you." "Impossible!" Zhen Xiong exclaimed. Suddenly, Zhen Xiong's pupils shrunk. "I remember now. A month ago, 3 prison guards disappeared. It was you. At that time, you ran out." Li Sai sneered. On the other side, Zhao Arfang quickly activated his life-usurping art. Boundless light of misfortune suddenly swept out in all directions. "Not good!" Countless people exclaimed. While the derivative world was shaking, Yang Chuan stretched out his hand and formed countless seals. Boom! A golden light hit the ground. Rumble! The derivative world's carrier lost its effect. The derivative world suddenly collapsed. Hualala! Countless clouds and mist suddenly dispersed, and countless soldiers were suddenly annihilated. The official robes of the deity Sword Villa's disciples who were turned into subjects of Great Qin also disappeared quickly. Everything was in the process of being restored. The entire derivative world collapsed. Roar! The pressure on Bai Qi suddenly decreased. The blade in his hand was even more ferocious. The group of ancestral immortals who surrounded Bai Qi suddenly lost their strength buff. In the blink of an eye, it was a one-sided massacre by Bai Qi. "Villa Master, save me." "Ah! Villa Master!" The group of experts who were killed screamed in horror. "Save! No one can save you. Even your Villa Master must die." Bai Qi snorted coldly. "Meng Yi, you guys deal with the others. I will kill the deity Sword Villa's Villa Master." Bai Qi shouted. Meng Yi shouted and commanded the terracotta army to charge forward. When the light of misfortune entered their bodies, they were even more unlucky. Now that they lost their strength buff, they were instantly defeated. The derivative world completely collapsed. Countless soldiers disappeared. Countless strength buffs were lost. The Terracotta Army and Bai Chi started killing in all directions. There were too many disciples of the deity Sword Villa. They could not be killed in a short period of time. However, there were still some who were afraid of death. Some of the disciples, however, quietly fled in all directions. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a disciple of the deity Sword Villa escaped into a dense forest. Whoosh! A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" the disciple exclaimed. "Heaven-mending guard." Sheeing. With a sword light, the disciple of the deity Sword Villa was instantly cut in half. The black-robed figure also disappeared instantly. There were countless disciples of the deity Sword Villa. However, after the light of misfortune entered their bodies, the battle was no longer harmonious. For a time, they were defeated. Bai Chi's golden body of killing suppressed the Villa Master of the deity Sword Villa. Zhen Xiong was heavily injured, but he rushed straight to Dark Gigu Zi. Dark Gigu Zi looked at everything in front of him in shock. In the blink of an eye, everything was for naught. Roar! Bai Yi, you are always so lucky. Dark Gigu Zi roared angrily. Lucky? You chose the wrong derivative world carrier. Yang Chuan snorted. Teacher, what should we do now? What should we do now? Zhen Xiong asked anxiously. Dark Gigu Zi took a deep breath and said to Yang Chuan, "Just you wait. I will be back." Roar. As he spoke, Dark Gigu Zi stomped his foot. Boom. On the ground, Yin Qi suddenly soared into the sky. The original ground suddenly became transparent. One could vaguely see that under the transparent ground, there were countless ghosts and spirits flying and wreaking havoc. The Netherworld. Teacher, are you going to escape to the Netherworld? Zhen Xiong's eyes lit up. Dark Gigu Zi was about to nod. However, at this moment, countless ghosts in the Netherworld suddenly crawled on the ground in fear. A man in a dragon robe floated in the air and looked up coldly from the Netherworld. Zombie Yang Chuan? Dark Gigu Zi's expression changed. Chapter 1279. Zombie Yang Chuan? Dark Gui Guzi's expression changed. In the Netherworld, Zombie Yang Chuan stood amidst the 10,000 ghosts, looking at Dark Gui Guzi with a gloomy expression. Is Yang Chuan trying to confuse us? Teacher, Yang Chuan already made arrangement. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically. Dark Gui Guzi's expression turned gloomy. Rumble. Gui Guzi waved his hand, and the yin energy slowly decreased. Then, he closed the Netherworld road. Teacher, there is only one person in the Netherworld. Why did he give up on leaving the Netherworld? Zhen Xiong asked in shock. What do you know? Gui Guzi said coldly. Others might not know, but Giguzi knew that Zombie Yang Chuan of the Netherworld walked the same path as Ying back then. Although his cultivation base was only at the 4th heaven of ancestral Immortal realm, he was definitely more dangerous than the Yang realm. He was more dangerous than everyone here combined. In the distance, Bai Chi was killing everywhere. The Divine Sword Mountain Manor's Villa Master was forced to retreat. Even if the surrounding people could block the Saber Chi, they could not block the burning of the red karmic fire lotus. Instantly, countless people died. The terracotta soldiers displayed their might. They attacked one after another, slaughtering like they were harvesting straw. Anyone who tried to run could not escape the surrounding sword chi. The experts who were known as the Sword Holy Land of the Outer Eastern Continent were killed by some hidden experts. It was quite ironic. In the blink of an eye, the originally invincible position became besieged. Ha! Ha ha! Yang Chuan, it seems that I was too careless. Dark Gui Guzi said after taking a deep breath. Yang Chuan held the Great Qin Imperial Seal in his hand. The Imperial Seal hummed as if it was happy to see its old master again. While the Imperial Seal was excited, Yang Chuan looked at it with a complicated expression. He waved his hand and put away the Great Qin Imperial Seal. Then, he looked at Dark Gui Guzi, who was not far away. Dark Gui Guzi, You are already at the end of your rope. Hand over Gui Guzi, Yang Chuan said seriously. Dark Gui Guzi narrowed his eyes and revealed a complicated smile. At the end of my rope. Yang Chuan, you overestimate yourself. I just don't want to kill you. I miscalculated this time. Remember, I will be back. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom. A huge hole suddenly appeared in front of Gui Guzi. The other end seemed to lead to another place. Ah! We're saved. Gui Guzi's Guzi. Spatial magic treasure? Yang Chuan's face sank. Gui Guzi took a step forward and shot towards the interior. Zhen Xiong and the others also quickly rushed over. Where are you going? Yang Chuan glared at him. Suddenly, a sea of blood rushed towards the huge opening from all directions. Boom. Guzi. Guzi. Guzi Guzi. The spatial hole collapsed with a loud rumble. Ah! The people behind Gui Guzi were immediately knocked back. What? Teacher! Zhen Xiong exclaimed. The yard disappeared. Only one person managed to escape, and that was Gui Guzi. The others were all cut off. Zhao Arfang raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Chuan with a complicated expression. The others did not notice. No, maybe one of them did. Li Sai noticed, but he was not surprised. At that moment, Yang Chuan could have stopped Gui Guzi as well. However, Yang Chuan deliberately let Gui Guzi go. Why? Zhao Arfang's expression was complicated, but he did not ask. The people in the surroundings who did not escape were all terrified. No, Guzi. Save me. Zhen Xiong exclaimed. However, Dark Gui Guzi was nowhere to be seen. The deity sword villa was facing an unprecedented disaster. What should they do? Zhen Xiong's expression changed. Nai Tian, kill, Bai Qi shouted in the distance. He merged with the golden body of the killing path and slashed at a great path. Boom. The golden body of the killing path shot out billions of saber lights. The saber lights crushed the surrounding cultivators. An azure-colored great path in front of Bai Qi was cut in half from top to bottom. Boom. The azure-colored great path exploded, and the body inside was also cut in half. Villa Master. No, Villa Master. Countless deity sword Villa disciples seemed to have lost their strength. They watched in a daze as Bai Qi killed the deity sword Villa Master with one saber strike. The strongest person of the deity sword Villa died just like that. After killing the deity sword Villa Master, Bai Qi looked around and shouted, "Kill!" Boom. The terracotta soldiers' massacre became even more ferocious. The massacre continued, and more people fled. However, when they fled in all directions, beams of soaring sword chi suddenly shot out. The dazzling sword light killed all the people who fled. Even further away, there were cultivators from all over the world. They were originally here to watch the battle. However, when the fog spread, everyone understood that it was definitely a derivative realm. One could not enter a derivative realm of a feng shui master. Even the surrounding cultivators retreated. Among them was the Absolute Palace's palace master. Everyone was waiting for a result. In the end, the derivative realm collapsed very quickly. However, the scene that was revealed made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. In the distance, the deity sword villa had already been razed to the ground. Under the crazy massacre, the sky was filled with broken corpses. In the distance, Bai Qi killed the deity sword villa master with one saber strike. From this moment on, the deity sword villa officially became history. Hiss! What a ferocious great Zhen. Palace master, you made the right decision, an expert of the Absolute Palace said with an unsightly expression. Everyone quickly held their breaths to witness this unforgettable moment. Zhen Xiong was also fleeing outside. However, just as he fled far away, a dazzling sword light suddenly stabbed over. Boom! Zhen Xiong was knocked back by the sword. Zhen Xiong did not even see who stabbed him. No! 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 Zhen Xiong shouted in horror. Yang Chuan, Li Sai, and Zhao Arfang slowly approached Zhen Xiong. "Zhen Ru, I am your father. You can't kill me." Zhen Xiong shouted anxiously. "In this life, you are not my father. In the previous life, the fate of father and daughter has ended. Zhao Afeng shook his head. Zhenxiong, I have waited for this day for many years. Finally, this day has come. I will not let you die so easily. I will let you taste the pain of the great Shen 5 punishment. Yang Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yang Chuan's aura suddenly surged. Yang Di, have mercy. In the distance, a yellow light suddenly shot over. Yang Chuan's face turned cold. Who dares to stop me from killing Zhenxiong? There is no compromise for Zhenxiong's crime. The yellow light came close in the blink of an eye. Boom. A gust of wind swept up and a man stopped in front of everyone. The man was bald and extremely muscular. His figure was also different from ordinary people. He was as tall as 3 people. His muscles were like stones and emitted a trace of yellow light. Pan Sheng of the Rock Tribe greets the great Shen Sage King. The man smiled slightly. Chapter 1280. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. Outside a city filled with providence. Rumble. War drums beat, and countless black-armored soldiers surrounded the sea in the center. Gusts of wind swept out in all directions, and the sea water surged out in all directions. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. A tragic roar sounded. It came from Shimon Sage. In the center of the sea, Shimon Sage was captured, and countless chains pierced through his body. Heavenly Emperor Da Xing, Ming Tianhan, and a group of Da Xing officials stood in the air. Shimon, you asked for it. Ming Tianhan said with a faint smile. You might not be the strongest among the 4 sages, but you are the one who knows when to advance and when to retreat. I wasn't too careful with Wu Tian and Mei Gaoku. I thought of many ways to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. This is my home ground. Do you think you can do whatever you want here? Ming Tianhan smiled. The Shimon sage shook his head and sighed. I was so close to saving the 3 of them. If I failed and got captured, I can only blame myself for it. Now, all 4 of us have been captured by you. Can you tell me why? Shimon Sage's body was pierced through by countless chains. On the other side, Ming Tianhan waved his hand, and 3 more sages were captured and brought to a place not far away. Wu Tian, Hua Zuantian, Mei Gaoku, and Shimon Sage were all captured. Shimon, I've implicated you this time, Hua Zuantian said bitterly. Shimon, what are you doing here? Mei Gaoku said helplessly. Only Heaven's Sage Wu remained silent. Ming Tianhan, the 4 of us have no enmity with you. Why did you capture us? Shimon Sage shouted again. Because you are sages. Ming Tianhan smiled. The 4 sages looked at Ming Tianhan in confusion. You want us to be your officials? Wu Tian suddenly asked. Ming Tianhan shook his head. No. Then what do you want? Wu Tian shouted. What I want is the ability of sages to control the power of heaven and earth. This ability can affect the heavens. Ming Tianhan smiled. Heavens? What? You want to. Hua Zun Tian cried out in shock. Borrowing our power, you want to enslave the heavens? Shimon also cried out in shock. That's impossible. Even though the heavens are dead and the heavenly Tao has collapsed, we can only be considered as servants of the heavens. You want to control the heavens with just the 4 of us? How laughable. That's absolutely impossible. Ming Tianhan, you're dreaming. My Gaoku said in a deep voice. Keep dreaming. You'll know when the time comes. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll nail you to the heavens for my punishment and conquer the world, said Ming Tianhan. You. Shimon, Hua Zuantian, and my Gaoku immediately shouted in anger. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Heaven Sage Wu laughed loudly. Everyone looked at Heaven Sage Wu in confusion. What are you laughing at? Ming Tianhan asked in a deep voice. Heaven Sage Wu sneered and said, I'm laughing because your plan will fail sooner or later. Oh. Ming Tianhan was puzzled. I don't know where your confidence comes from, and I don't know what secret techniques or methods you have, but I do know one thing. Even if you succeed, you still lack one thing. That thing will make your plan fail sooner or later, Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. My plan will fail at the final stage. Then I'll listen to the first sage's brilliant idea, Ming Tianhan said very patiently. You want to use the heavens for your own purposes and dominate the world. However, we 4 sages are not the only ones who can affect the heavens. There is another existence even more noble than us, an existence even more connected to the heavens. Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. Oh! Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes. Who do you think can mobilize the power of the world? Heaven Sage Wu sneered. Yang Chuan's cat. Ming Tianhan asked in confusion. It's good that you know. Cat. Do you know who it is? Heaven Sage Wu asked. Heaven Sage Wu, don't say it. Shimon suddenly exclaimed. Shimon's exclamation made Ming Tianhan even more curious. Heaven Sage Wu ignored Shimon Sage. He smiled and said, it is the mysterious heavens. Heaven Sage Wu meow. Wow. All the officials were in an uproar. Sage Wu meow. Didn't Sage Wu meow die? Heaven Sage Wu meow is dead. How is that possible? Ming Tianhan's pupils shrank. Are you telling the truth? I don't know if you've seen that cat in action with your own eyes, but you should have heard from some of the spectators that it can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. That cat is even more powerful than us saints. Who else in the world can mobilize the power of heaven and earth like this? It can't defeat us. It just hasn't mastered it yet. Heaven Sage Wu meow said in a deep voice. Shimon Sage sighed. Hua Zuantian was shocked and didn't know what to say. Mai Jiao Ku suddenly said, that's right. You should know why I want to capture it. Heaven Sage Wu meow. Ming Tianhan frowned. Ha 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 ha, your grand plan isn't enough. Go capture Yang Chuan's cat. Heaven Sage Wu meow, meow, go find trouble with Yang Chuan. Ha 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 ha. Heaven Sage Wu meow laughed. Ming Tianhan frowned slightly. Take them to the prison. Ming Tianhan yelled. Yes. The officials answered and took the 4 sages away. Ming Tianhan stood in the void and pondered. At this moment, heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in the sky. Hum. Countless auspicious clouds covered the sky. Above the ground, auspicious energy soared into the sky. Endless heavenly music floated in the air. Heaven Mender. More heavenly Tao. This time, there are as many as 9 heavenly Tao. One of the officials behind Ming Tianhan frowned. There are still dozens of heavenly Tao left. The Heaven Mender is getting faster and faster. It won't be long before the world is complete. Another official frowned. Heaven Emperor, if the world's heavenly Tao is complete, our previous efforts will be in vain. The first official frowned. Ming Tianhan frowned and pondered for a while. The plan remains the same. Half a year later, no matter the result, we must immediately use the 4 sages' sacrificial heaven. Ming Tianhan said. Yes. Yang Realm, Divine Sword Territory Yang Chuan was about to attack Zhenxiong. Suddenly, a figure flew over and shouted, stay your hand. The man was bald and very muscular. His figure was different from ordinary people. He was 3 times the height of an ordinary person. His muscles were like stone and emitted a mysterious yellow light. Pan Sheng of the Rock Tribe greets the Great Perfection Sage King. The man smiled. Pan. Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Although surprised by the surname, Yang Chuan said coldly, stay your hand. Are you here to stop me from killing Zhenxiong? Yang Chuan's eyes were cold. The people of Great Perfection also stared coldly at Pan Sheng. So what if he was from the Rock Tribe? Among the 3 major forces of the Outer East Continent, the deity Sword Mountain Villa had been killed by Great Perfection. At this moment, Zhenxiong looked at Pan Sheng with a surprised expression. Yang Di, you're overthinking. I'm not stopping you from killing Zhenxiong. It's just that this person came to my Boulder clan in the past and stole a little beast from my Boulder clan. I'm here to ask him for it. Pan Sheng smiled. Not stopping Yang Chuan from killing Zhenxiong? Yang Chuan's eyes softened a little. This time, Zhenxiong must die. No one could save him. Great Perfection didn't mind being enemies with anyone who tried to stop him. Small beast? Yang Chuan asked in confusion. A young identical beast. My Rock Tribe visited him in the past, but we didn't expect him to be so despicable. No wonder Yang Emperor hates him so much. Pan Sheng smiled. Identical beast. Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold. Not long ago, an identical beast had changed into his appearance and deceived many officials of great perfection. However, the identical beast had changed into Jin Xiong's appearance in the end. Yang Emperor, please allow me to interrogate this person. After the interrogation, I'll return him to you. How about that? Pan Sheng said. Yang Chuan's face darkened. Bastard, he's a prisoner of great perfection. How can he be dealt with by others? Meng Yi flew over and said coldly. Yang Chuan didn't stop him, but looked coldly at Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng smiled and said, since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. Of course, I don't want to be enemies with Yang Emperor. How about this? I'll stand still. If you can force me to leave, I'll leave immediately. How about that? As soon as Pan Sheng finished speaking, Yang Chuan's expression froze. What arrogance! Stand still? As long as I can force him to leave, I'll leave immediately. Pan Sheng's words were extremely polite, but it wasn't difficult to detect endless arrogance in his words. You're overestimating yourself. Meng Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward. Yang Chuan didn't stop him. Meng Yi extended his hand. The bronze sword in his hand suddenly descended from the sky and slashed out a vast energy sword. The energy sword was ferocious. It tore through the void and charged toward Pan Sheng. Meng Yi's intention was to make Pan Sheng retreat in the face of difficulties. However, Pan Sheng smiled faintly. His body emitted a wisp of mystic yellow light as he faced Meng Yi's sword with a smile. The energy sword was already above Pan Sheng's head, but he didn't move at all. Meng Yi was surprised at first, but a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes in the blink of an eye. Since you're courting death, you can't blame anyone else. Boom! The energy sword collided with Pan Sheng's head with a loud bang. The tremendous force immediately stirred up the void and shook violently. Gusts of violent wind blew in all directions. Inside the hall, almost everyone's expression darkened. Pan Sheng's head didn't break open. Meng Yi's energy sword collided with his head and countless sparks shot out. Boom! The energy sword exploded. Pan Sheng blocked Meng Yi's sword with his body. Whoosh! Bai Qi flew over from nearby and looked at Pan Sheng's head in shock. Pan Sheng's head was indeed unharmed. There was only a white mark on his head. He touched it lightly, and the white mark disappeared. Pan Sheng blocked Meng Yi's sword with his body. Lord Meng, your sword is so powerful. It's been a long time since someone made me feel pain. Pan Sheng smiled faintly. Chapter 1281. Pan Sheng shook his head. Although it was polite, it was a huge blow to Meng Yi. He was an ancestral immortal, after all. Although he was much weaker than he was in his previous life, he could not even break Pan Sheng's scalp. Pan Sheng smiled faintly and said, if you did not use your strength earlier, Lord Meng, you can try again. As long as you can force me away, I will leave immediately. How about it? Bastard! Meng Yi glared. Meng Yi was about to attack when Bai Qi suddenly grabbed his shoulder and stepped forward with a cold smile. Holy King, please teach this arrogant fellow a lesson, Bai Qi said seriously. Yang Chuan smiled coldly and nodded. Pan Sheng, come and feel my saber. How is it? Bai Qi smiled coldly. As he spoke, Bai Qi suddenly slashed down. There was no astral saber, just a saber descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flashed with killing intent. A cold light streaked across the air from the saber. The air did not shake much, but it left a cut in the air where the saber passed. It did not recover immediately. Sheeing. When the saber was one jong away from Pan Sheng's head, Pan Sheng's expression changed. A bone-piercing chill surged into his heart. As the saber approached, Pan Sheng suddenly lost his composure under this inexplicable threat. He punched at Bai Qi's saber. Roar! Pan Sheng roared. Sheeing. Bai Qi's saber slashed through Pan Sheng's fist and went deeper into his arm. The surrounding space remained calm. However, Pan Sheng could not block Bai Qi's saber at all. It felt like if he did not leave, the saber would cut his body in half. No! Pan Sheng suddenly cried out. Boom. Pan Sheng instantly fled in panic. Shiing. Bai Qi withdrew his saber. Not far away, Pan Sheng's right arm was mostly cleaved in half. Pan Sheng looked at Bai Qi in shock. Bai Qi stood in the air and looked coldly at Pan Sheng. He said, Pan Sheng, do you want to try again? What kind of power is that? Why have I never felt it before? Although my physical body is only iron body, it is not something that ordinary ancestral immortals can break, Pan Sheng said in shock. Iron body? Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. On the other side, Zhen Xiong quietly descended to the ground, wanting to quietly escape. Meng Yi, take down Zhen Xiong, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Rumble. Meng Yi rushed down and brought a few terracotta soldiers to surround Zhen Xiong and capture him. When Pan Sheng saw Die Zhen making a move against Zhen Xiong, he immediately had a look of anxiety on his face. Pan Sheng, do you still remember the words you said earlier? Yang Chuan said coolly. Pan Sheng said that as long as someone forced him to leave, he would leave immediately. But, Pan Sheng revealed a hint of bitterness. The clan leader had repeatedly instructed me not to be arrogant and conceited. After I came out, I was not to cause trouble and not to look down on the people of the world. Pan Sheng is too arrogant. Yang Di, please don't take his previous offense to heart. Oh. Yang Chuan let out a puzzled look. Yang Di, Zhen Xiong had indeed stolen a little beast from my rock clan. That little beast grew up with me and is my best friend. Yang Di, please tell me a thing or two after you interrogate that little beast. Pan Sheng said bitterly. That depends on my mood. Yang Chuan rejected him indifferently. Pan Sheng opened his mouth, as though he wanted to say something. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance. Pan Sheng, kid, what's with all the nonsense? It's just a little beast. If you lose, you have to admit defeat. Don't embarrass your clan. An elderly voice rang out from the distance. Everyone turned their heads over. They saw 10 figures flying towards them from the crowd that was watching the battle from afar. The leader was a gorilla and a blind old man. The other 8 seemed to be their subordinates. Blind Kong? Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. The gorilla was none other than Kong Aotian, who had wanted to capture ZZ in the sealed realm but had been cursed into a gorilla by ZZ. The blind leader was someone Yang Chuan had met before the birthday celebration of the venerated Heaven Sage. They had talked for some time. In the end, they agreed that as long as Blind Kong could find the sky-burying coffin, he would forgive Kong Aotian's past grievances. Today, Blind Kong had come once again. However, Blind Kong's tone surprised Yang Chuan. Although Pan Sheng couldn't stop Bai Qi, he wasn't an expert that Meng Yi could stop. Now, Blind Kong was calling him a kid. Pan Sheng also saw Blind Kong, who was the leader. Elder Blind? Pan Sheng's expression stiffened. Blind Kong flew over and slowly landed in front of Yang Chuan. Yang Di, Blind Kong is here to disturb you again, Blind Kong said with a smile. Zhao Afong frowned slightly. Zhao Afong was blind as well. Now that he saw another blind man, he was shocked. Your Excellency, what a powerful life-stealing technique. You can't open your mind's eye. You can calculate everything around you just by calculating? Zhao Afong said in surprise. Blind Kong smiled slightly and said, this must be the Empress of Great Zhen. Just call me Blind Kong. I'm lazy, so I can't open my mind's eye. Blind Kong, long time no see, Yang Chuan exclaimed. Yang Di, this is Pan Sheng, the 4th generation of the Rock Tribe. It seems that he has completed the Iron Body and should be promoted to the 3rd generation. He's not very capable, but he's very impetuous. The old leader of the Rock Tribe must have asked him to come out and train himself, but this kid's impetuous temperament didn't change. If Yang Di and Lord Bai hadn't shown mercy, this kid would have suffered a great loss today. Blind Kong smiled slightly. The 3rd generation? Yang Chuan looked at Pan Sheng. Senior, please don't tell the leader, or I'll be in trouble. Pan Sheng's face instantly turned bitter. Greetings, Yang Di. The group of people behind Blind Kong immediately called out. Yang Chuan looked at Kong Aotian, who looked like a gorilla. Yang Di, for this sky-burying coffin, we wasted a lot of time. I hope you can forgive us. Blind Kong took a deep breath and said solemnly. Looking at Blind Kong, Yang Chuan nodded. At this moment, Zhen Xiong was also caught by Meng Yi. Roar, Zhen Ru, Yang Chuan, are you really going to kill me? Zhen Xiong suddenly roared. Ka. Zhen Xiong's shoulder blades were chained by Meng Yi. From the day you poisoned me, you should have thought of this ending. Yang Chuan said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Zhen Xiong's face revealed a ferocious expression. Didn't you want to ask about the whereabouts of the divine beast? There's no harm in telling you. That divine beast has already been refined. It was my teacher who helped me refine it. It's also another one of my avatars. Even if this body of mine is dead, I still have the body of a divine beast. The divine beast is indeed weak, but it will eventually mature. Just you wait for me and my teacher to return. Zhen Xiong roared. Use torture. Yang Chuan said coldly. Yes. Meng Yi replied. He grabbed the bronze long sword and was about to stab Zhen Xiong. Zhen Xiong's face was cold. You still want to humiliate me before you die? Mph, don't even think about it. While roaring, Zhen Xiong's body suddenly expanded. Boom. Zhen Xiong's body exploded with a loud bang, instantly turning into minced meat that filled the sky. Endless blood splattered everywhere. The two terracotta soldiers who were holding Zhen Xiong were instantly blown away. What? Self-explosion? Suicide? Meng Yi's face changed. This Zhen Xiong is also a ruthless person. Bai Qi said coldly. Sigh. Zhao Afang sighed softly. With this Zhen Xiong dead, all the karma was over. You're lucky. Li Sai said coldly. Yang Chuan's face darkened. Zhen Xiong had self-destructed, but Zhen Xiong had another body. He had refined the body of an identical beast. From then on, Zhen Xiong was that exact same beast. If we can catch you once, we can catch you again. Yang Chuan snorted coldly. It's gone. My sweetheart has been refined. Bastard. Give me back my sweetheart. Pan Sheng suddenly cried out. Yang Chuan. Bai Qi. Meng Yi. Everyone was speechless as they looked at the big guy who was crying exaggeratedly. Little sweetheart. Fuck. Stop howling. Blind Kong shouted. However, Pan Sheng still had a look of grief and indignation. Blind Kong smiled bitterly and turned to look at Yang Chuan. Yang Emperor, this is the heaven-burying coffin. Please take a look. Blind Kong flipped his hand and took out a coffin. Sky-burying coffin? Another mouthful. Yang Chuan reached out and took the coffin. Then, he activated his magic power slightly. Hum. The heaven-burying coffin trembled violently and emitted a green light. As expected. Yang Chuan nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, the heaven-burying coffin was immediately sucked into his sleeve. If Yang Di thinks it's real, then that's great. Yang Di, you see, Aotian has turned into a gorilla all these years. He has finally realized his mistake. This time, for the sake of this coffin, Kong Aotian almost died. I hope Yang Di can lift the curse. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yang Chuan looked at the gorilla. Kong Aotian said bitterly, Yang Emperor, I have offended you many years ago. Please forgive me. Yang Chuan nodded. Back then, ZZ said that only two people could lift the curse. One was ZZ, and the other was Yang Chuan. In my name, Yang Chuan, give up on cursing Kong Aotian and allow him to recover. Yang Chuan shouted. It was just a shout, but there seemed to be a connection. As soon as Yang Chuan finished speaking, a large amount of black gas suddenly emitted from the gorilla's body. As the black gas rolled out, Kong Aotian revealed an extremely excited expression. Black gas, this damn black gas. It's finally gone. It's finally gone. Kong Aotian shouted with a look of ecstasy. Hum. Within the black gas, Kong Aotian's body underwent a huge change. Gradually, the gorilla's body disappeared and he returned to his human form. Whoosh. The black gas dissipated with the wind. Kong Aotian returned to his human form. His clothes stuck to his body. Kong Aotian could not wait to take out a mirror. Recovered, recovered. I'm finally no longer a gorilla. Kong Aotian shouted with ecstasy. Blind Kong let out a sigh of relief and revealed a trace of a smile. "Thank you, Yang Emperor," Blind Kong said gratefully. "Millimeter," Yang Chuan nodded. "For this trip, I've completed what the family head asked me to do. As for the Seeking Heaven token, I won't ask anymore. If Yang Emperor has time, you can go back to the Kong family and take a look. After all, half of Yang Emperor's bloodline is from the Kong family," Blind Kong said with a smile. "Millimeter," Yang Chuan nodded, slightly surprised. He thought that Blind Kong would ask for a yard after getting an inch and talk about the Seeking Heaven token that his mother left for him in this life. But now, he did not mention it. Chapter 1282. On this trip, I've completed what the family head entrusted me with. As for the heavenly seeking token, I won't ask too much about it. If Yang Di has time, you can go back to the Kong family and take a look. After all, half of Yang Di's bloodline is from the Kong family," Blind Kong said with a smile. "Okay." Yang Chuan nodded, slightly surprised. He thought that Blind Kong would ask for a yard after getting an inch and talk about the heavenly seeking token that his mother had left for him in this life. But now he didn't mention it. Just as everyone was talking, boom. The surrounding void trembled slightly. Then, he vaguely saw a heavenly Tao suddenly appear. The sky was instantly filled with auspicious clouds, and the earth was filled with auspicious energy. Celestial music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Another heaven mender mended the heavenly path. Zhao Afong frowned. Boom. Not just one, but 9 consecutive heavenly paths. New heavenly paths were mended. Yang Chuan frowned and looked at the sky. Blind Kong took a deep breath and said, "Yang Di, the great era is coming. Make more preparations." The great era? Yang Chuan was puzzled. In the past, it was rare for even one heavenly path to be mended in 10,000 years, but in recent years, it has been very frequent. "Don't you find it strange?" Blind Kong said with a smile. "Oh. The heavenly paths that have been mended in recent years are not all heavenly paths like Yang Di's. Many old fellows have come out of seclusion. Before the collapse of the heavenly path, they had mastered some kind of heavenly path. They have been hiding until now, and only then are they willing to mend the heavenly paths that they already knew," Blind Kong said in a low voice. "These people are all people before the Lotus God came to this world. When the Lotus God stirred up the world, these people hid and didn't come out." Yang Chuan said solemnly. "You can say that. In the end, some people have their own ideas. For example, the Monolith clan didn't come out when the Lotus God attacked. I will go to the Monolith clan right away and ask their leader to mend the heavenly path that they know," Blind Kong said. "Oh. There are some people running all over the world, rushing to mend the heavenly path. Perhaps in just a few years, the heavenly path of this world will be completed. At that time, the world will once again return to prosperity. Emperor Yang, you should prepare early," Blind Kong said. As he spoke, he looked at Pan Sheng and said, "Pan Sheng, let's go. I'll go with you to the Boulder clan." "Ah, Senior Blind, it wasn't easy for me to come out," Pan Sheng said gloomily. "Haha, let's go. Once the matter is settled, I'll help you plead with your clan leader to let you come out with me for a walk." Blind Kong laughed. "That's great." Pan Sheng's eyes lit up. "Farewell, Yang Di," Blind Kong said. "Farewell." Pan Sheng, Kong Outian, and the others immediately said, "En." Yang Chuan nodded. Then, the group of people headed east. Blind Kong and his group had left. The battle below had also come to an end. More than half of the disciples of the Deity Sword Villa had been slaughtered. Yang Chuan looked at Deity Sword Manor coldly and then looked around. Countless cultivators watched from all directions. At this moment, countless cultivators already felt numb. The holy court of Great Zhun was too ferocious. Deity Sword Villa had so many strong cultivators, but they were all slaughtered in the blink of an eye. In a valley, the group of people from Jugong had extremely ugly expressions. "Palace Master?" Everyone looked at the masked woman in the lead. "Let's go back. Great Zhun will not expand anymore." The palace master said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone responded and turned around to leave quickly. Not only the people from Jugong, but also the countless onlookers in the surroundings. Carrying the shock in their hearts, they wanted to quickly spread the news to their respective sects and dynasties. This time, the news of Great Zhen's ferocious might would definitely spread quickly throughout the Outer East continent. Countless cultivators still didn't know that Yang Chuan and his group had made a name for themselves in the Outer West continent and Middle Sky continent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the whole world knew of Yang Chuan's name. Li Sai, it's been hard on you these years. Yang Chuan looked at Li Sai and sighed. From that day in the prison, Yang Chuan already understood how much Li Sai had suffered over the years. This official was careless. Holy King, there is no need to mind it. Furthermore, everything is already in the past. Li Sai said with a smile. Yang Chuan nodded and said, in that case, you and Meng Yi will remain here. Deity Sword Villa has the most disciples in divine sword weave. You can handle them all. Yes. Li Sai answered. Meng Yi, present. You will assist Li Sai in handling all matters in divine sword weave. The garrison and civil servants will arrive soon. Listen to Li Sai's orders. Yang Chuan ordered. As you command. Yang Chuan looked around and finally nodded. We will return first. Respectfully sending off Holy King, Li Sai and Meng Yi said respectfully. Yang Chuan led Zhao Afang and Bai Qi onto the dragon carriage. Let's set off and return to the court. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! Roar! The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. After Yang Chuan left, 2 men with swords on their backs among the crowd looked solemn. Senior brother, did you see that? Was that the sword light that forced Zhen Xiong to retreat? One of them asked solemnly. It's the Dugu family's diffraction sword technique. Even the 2 of us can't reach that level. That sword light is helping Da Zhen. It should be one of Da Zhen's officials. The Patriarch has asked us to look for it. We finally have a clue. Dugu Butian, the Butian faction? The 2 of them were silent for a while. Dugu Butian? He has the most comprehensive system in the Dugu family. We need to report this to the Patriarch immediately. That's right. I will return to the Dugu family immediately. You stay here and observe Da Zhen. All right. Half a year later. The news of Da Zhen destroying Deity Sword Villa had spread to all the major forces in the Outer East continent. Destroying the Deity Sword Villa like crushing dry weeds. Countless experts were still in a state of shock. The 3 major forces in the Outer East continent had finally changed. The Monolith family, the Holy Court of Da Zhen, and the Absolute Palace. Although Da Zhen hadn't had time to completely digest Deity Sword Villa's territory in half a year, no one dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. In the Yang realm, Da Zhen's territory had expanded to 9 domains: True Dragon, Skyblade, Purple-Green, Barbarian Dragon, Divine Sword, East Sword, South Sword, West Sword, and North Sword. Out of the 36 domains in the Outer East continent, Da Zhen occupied a quarter of them. The Holy Court of Da Zhen had become the largest force in the Outer East continent. In terms of territory, Da Zhen was the largest. Similarly, as Da Zhen grew stronger, the world's experts were willing to come and seek positions. Da Zhen grew stronger. As for the strongest, it was the Monolith family. This was a deep-rooted belief. In the past, there were ambitious people who went to the Monolith family to provoke them. One of the Monolith family's people stepped forward and let them kill him. In the end, the ambitious people were so scared that they didn't dare to invade again. In this half a year, the world was filled with auspicious clouds and auspicious air. Heavenly music showed that the heavenly Tao was replenishing itself. Xianyang City. Yang Chuan took Zhao Afang for a stroll in the garden. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yang Chuan's shoulder. Yang Chuan, another heavenly Tao has been replenished. Meow exclaimed. 3,000 heavenly Tao, only 20 are left. Zhao Afang frowned. Yes, the great era that Blind Kong spoke of might really be coming soon. With the heavenly Tao incomplete, the entire world will undergo an earth-shattering change. The number of peerless experts will also increase by a lot, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Even the saints will be replenished. With 9 yang and 6 yin, there will be 15 saints in the world. Moreover, the strength of each saint will be 10 times that of the current saints. 10 times? Zhao Afang said worriedly. Yang Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have Diazhen. Even if there are saints 10 times stronger, so what? Millimeter." Zhao Afang nodded. "Speaking of saints, I wonder how the 4 saints are doing now." Yang Chuan frowned. Netherworld, West Outer Continent, Great Xing Heavenly Court. Ming Tianhan raised his head and looked at the sky. Countless auspicious clouds surrounded the sky. Heavenly music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. There are only 20 heavenly Dao left. Ming Tianhan frowned. An official followed behind him. He took a deep breath and nodded. "Heaven Emperor, the heavenly Dao has been replenished faster than we thought. We can't delay any longer," another official said. Ming Tianhan frowned and said, "The diplomatic group should have reached Great Xing Heavenly Court, right?" "Yes, Lord Wu. They should have brought the Heaven Emperor's things to Great Qin City in the Netherworld. I don't know if they will succeed in exchanging for that cat," an official said with a frown. "We can't wait any longer. Whether they succeed or not, we must use the 4 saints to worship the heavens before the heavenly Dao is replenished," Ming Tianhan said solemnly. "Yes. Go set up the sacrificial altar. Worship the heavens immediately." "Yes." Netherworld, Great Xing Heavenly Court, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zombie Yang Chuan wore a flat crown and a black dragon robe as he sat on a dragon throne. Officials stood on both sides of the palace. Yang Chuan's expression was indifferent as he looked at a grey-robed man in the center of the palace. Great Xing Heavenly Court, Wu Yunfan, has come on behalf of the Heaven Emperor. "Greetings, sage monarch of Great Zhen." The grey-robed man smiled. "Wu Yunfan? Great Xing Heavenly Court, Assistant Minister of War? What did you come to my Great Zhen for?" Yang Chuan said coolly. Wu Yunfan smiled and said, "This one has brought something. I hope Yang Emperor will like it. Please let my subordinates bring it in." "Permitted." Wu Yunfan shot a golden light outside the palace. Soon, a few subordinates carried a coffin into the palace. The moment the coffin appeared, the officials in the palace were all surprised. "Heaven-burying coffin?" Hua Qiliang's expression changed. On the dragon throne, Yang Chuan's expression also changed. There were a total of 9 heaven-burying coffins. Yang Chuan had sent people to search for them, but the heaven-burying coffins that buried the heroes of the world had all been dug up. The whereabouts of each coffin were unknown. Yang Chuan was already extremely lucky to be able to collect 6 coffins. This was the result of refining the heaven-burying coffin in his first life. Another coffin? 7th coffin? Wu Yunfan wanted to see surprise on Yang Chuan's face. Unfortunately, zombie Yang Chuan did not show any emotion. "Yang Emperor, this is a treasure that I, the Great Xing Heavenly Emperor, found. I would like to use it to exchange for something from Yang Emperor. I wonder if Yang Emperor can do it." Wu Yunfan smiled. "Oh. In exchange for what?" Zombie Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. "Yang Emperor's pet, the cat called Meow," Wu Yunfan said solemnly. Chapter 1283. "Oh. What do you want?" Yang Chuan asked. "Yang Di's pet, the cat called Meow Meow," Wu Yunfan said solemnly. "Meow." In the central hall, almost all the officials looked at Wu Yunfan strangely. Yang Chuan's love for Meow Meow was beyond comprehension. He treated Meow Meow as if it were a part of his family. Burying the sky coffin in exchange for Meow? How dare you think of that? As expected, Yang Chuan's face darkened. "Wu Yunfan," Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Yunfan looked at Yang Chuan. "Meow Meow isn't an item. He's my best friend. I won't trade him with you. As for the heaven-burying coffin, I'll trade it with treasures. I'll trade it with an ancestral immortal artifact." Ancestral immortal artifacts? Our heavenly court doesn't lack ancestral immortal artifacts. Yang Di, I'm here with the order of the Heavenly Emperor. Please don't make things difficult for me. Wu Yunfan shook his head and refused. Ignorant. Yang Chuan's face darkened. Yang Di. Wu Yunfan wanted to say more. Throw him out, Yang Chuan said. Immediately, a large number of guards rushed over. How dare you? What do you want? I'm the assistant minister of the Heavenly Court, Wu Yunfan shouted again. However, the guards did not listen to him. They stepped forward and grabbed him. Bastard! Yang Chuan, how dare you attack me? Wu Yunfan broke free from the guards. You disrespected the Sage King. It's already a great favor for the Sage King to spare your life. How dare you resist? Bai Chi's voice came from the crowd. Who disrespected? Wu Yunfan shouted again. You roared in the central hall. According to the laws of Great Shun, execute. Bai Chi glared. A ferocious aura rushed towards Wu Yunfan. Two countries are at war, yet you don't kill the emissary. Yang Di, are you trying to kill him and steal his goods? Wu Yunfan exclaimed. How dare you? Bai Chi shouted angrily. His killing intent surged towards Wu Yunfan. Not good. Wu Yunfan's expression changed. Swish. Wu Yunfan shot out of the palace. Is the Great Shun's imperial court a place where you can come and go as you please? Bai Chi shouted coldly. Sheeing. He pulled out his long saber, and a white light rushed out of the hall. Boom. The ferocious astral saber shot towards Wu Yunfan like a vast white river. Bastard, the Heavenly Emperor will avenge me, Wu Yunfan roared. Boom. Even though Wu Yunfan had merged with the Heavenly Tao, he was still sliced into two by Bai Chi's energy saber. The corpse was blasted into smithereens by the accompanying saber chi. Sheeing. Bai Chi sheathed his saber and returned to his position. Yang Chuan's eyes didn't move from the beginning to the end. Wu Yunfan didn't know what was good for him. There was no need for him to do anything. Bai Chi was more than enough. The officials stood respectfully in the Great Hall. On the other hand, some of Wu Yunfan's subordinates were terrified. They were afraid that Yang Chuan would kill them as well. Yang Chuan looked at them. Go back and tell Ming Tianhan that if he dares to say such words again, he will become an enemy of the Great Shun. Yang Chuan said coldly. Yes. The subordinates left with ugly expressions. As for the sky-burying coffin, no one dared to take it. Yang Chuan waved his hand, and the sky-burying coffin emitted a green light. The seventh sky-burying coffin? Yang Chuan waved his sleeve and put away the sky-burying coffin. Court is dismiss. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Netherworld, Great Shun's heavenly court. A jade pendant suddenly shattered in a palace. Oh no, Lord Wu is dead, an official suddenly exclaimed. Then, he quickly ran out of the great hall toward the depths of the imperial palace. However, he was quickly stopped by another official. What's wrong? The official asked in a low voice. Prime Minister, Lord Wu Yunfan is dead. His life pendant shattered. We must report this to the Heavenly Emperor immediately. Postpone the report. The Heavenly Emperor is not to be disturbed. Yes. At this moment, in the depths of the Heavenly Court's imperial palace, there was a huge plaza surrounded by officials and soldiers. There was also a huge altar with pillars in each of the four directions of the altar. 4 sages were chained to the pillars. Wu Tian, Shimon, Hua Zuantian, and Mei Gao Ku. They were chained to the 4 directions. Dark clouds covered the sky above his head. Above the altar, there seemed to be countless streams of light flowing within. At the center stood Great Shun's Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan. What altar is this? Wu Tian asked with a frown. It looks like a stellar source, but it doesn't. Mei Gao Ku said in a low voice. Although this altar isn't a stellar source, it has the same attribute as a stellar source. Is it connected to the heavens? Is it connected to the heavens? Hua Zuantian said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan, the heavens are not something you can control, Shimon said anxiously. At the center of the altar, Ming Tianhan smiled faintly and said, Are you still so stubborn? It's too late. It's about to start. As he spoke, a roar came from the Sea of Providence above him. The golden dragon of 18 claws of providence charged down and entered Ming Tianhan's body. Suddenly, golden light shot out from Ming Tianhan's body. Wang. 4 golden spikes suddenly appeared around heavenly netherworld Han. They were aimed at the 4 saints. Go! Ming Tianhan roared. The spikes shot towards the foreheads of the 4 sages. Boom! 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 The spikes pierced through the 4 sages' heads and nailed them to the pillars. In an instant, the 4 sages became motionless as if they were dead. However, their heartbeats were still there. Clearly, they were just frozen. Wang. A circular projection slowly appeared behind the 4 sages' heads. Qi cultivation position, universe karma position. Ming Tianhan smiled in satisfaction. He stood on the altar. Ming Tianhan waved his hand. Boom! Boom! The altar slowly flew up. As it did so, the 4 karmic positions of heaven and earth rotated rapidly. For a moment, countless net-like light shadows appeared around the altar. As the altar rose, more and more net-like projections appeared. Heavenly net! Countless officials exclaimed in surprise. The altar charged towards the Sea of Providence. In an instant, it entered the Sea of Providence. Merge! Ming Tianhan roared. Boom! The altar seemed to have suddenly merged with the Sea of Luck. Around the karmic position of Qi of heaven and earth, more and more nets of heaven formed and spread rapidly in all directions. Boom! Billions of spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the sky and spread from the west outer continent of the netherworld to all directions. Boom! Boom! For a time, the entire world was covered by dark clouds. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, whether it was the mortal realm or the netherworld. The entire world suddenly darkened. In the Yang realm, Yang Chuan walked out of the Skyward Palace. Wu Jiong walked out of the Tai Chi Palace. Sect leader Tongtian walked out of the Azure Palace with a frown. Yarou Tianshang, Zhu, the Tsar, evil demon, Gong Yangzi, and countless other overlords walked out of their residences and looked at the sky. Amidst the dark clouds, countless streaks of light that resembled a large net appeared, covering the entire world. In the netherworld, Yang Chuan, Zhuo Chuanqiu, and the Tsar all looked up at the sky. The phenomenon was so big that it seemed to affect the entire world. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura was emitted from the dark clouds. The aura shot out in all directions. Countless people in the Yang realm knelt down. This was a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but kneel down. In the netherworld, countless ghosts also knelt down. It was as if they were welcoming an invincible being. At the entrance of the central palace, Yang Chuan had just finished a court meeting, and the sudden change made his face darken. Mo Yu she walked over and hugged Miao. What's going on? Mo Yu she asked in surprise. The sky changed. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, Miao. Miao looked at the sky with its fur standing on end. Miao, what's wrong? Mo Yu she asked worriedly. I don't feel good. This feeling makes me uncomfortable. Miao. Miao shook its head. Someone changed the heavens. Forcefully changed the heavens. It's underworld frost. Yang Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Underworld frost. Mo Yu she frowned. Yes, he captured 4 sages. It must be him. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. In the netherworld, the west continent. The Sea of Providence in the great Xingtian heavenly court churned wildly. As it churned, the surrounding heavens became denser and denser. The surging providence rushed toward the altar in the center. Gradually, the altar became blurry as if it was disappearing into thin air. Only 5 figures could be seen floating in the Sea of Providence. 4 of the sages were still unconscious. They were pinned to the Sea of Providence by the giant spike. Surging golden energy rushed toward Underworld Frost in the center. Whoosh! Underworld Frost's body became blurry. Behind him, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! The crack suddenly expanded until it was 100 million miles long. The crack slowly separated from the dark clouds. When it separated, it revealed a giant eye that was 100 million miles long. A black eye that was 100 million miles long. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the eye. In the capital, everyone, regardless of whether they were from the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court or foreign cultivators, knelt down. They no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The Eye of Heaven. An old official knelt down and exclaimed in joy. The Sky Emperor succeeded. The Sky Emperor's clone controlled the entire heavens and became the new Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor succeeded. Countless officials cried out in excitement. Under the Eye of Heaven, Ming Tianhan's body slowly landed on the ground. Ming Tianhan closed his eyes. The crack between his eyebrows that looked like a third eye disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood on the square with his eyes closed. In the sky, the giant eye looked down. 15 black divine guards. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the sky. Here! They shouted in unison. The 15 figures knelt down and took a step forward. I grant you the position of sages of the heavens and earth. I grant you the title of sages. You will represent the heavens and protect the common people. Whoosh! 15 balls of light suddenly shot down from the sky net. The balls of light went straight for the black divine guards. Boom! White light shot into the sky around the 15 of them. A giant wheel appeared under each of their feet. The wheels circled the ground, and the pressure around the 15 of them decreased. The 15 of them slowly stood up. Boom! Boom! Their auras were released one by one. 15 powerful auras instantly caused all the spies in the imperial capital to reveal looks of terror. The aura of a sage. This is the aura of a sage. How is that possible? Aren't there only 4 sages in the world? There are 15 sages here. 15 sages. Countless spies from the various forces revealed expressions of extreme fear. Ming Tianhan controlled the heavens and gave the 15 positions of sages to the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. He created 15 sages of the heavens and earth. 15 sages. Who in the world could be their match? Chapter 1284. In the sky above the capital of the Great Qing dynasty, a huge eye looked down. The Eye of Heaven controlled the heavens and was the ruler of heaven and earth. The terrifying aura made everyone prostrate on the ground except for the 15 new sages. It was not everyone's wish, but a kind of awe that came from the depths of their souls. It was an irresistible feeling. The giant eye glanced around and then slowly closed. Rumble. After the huge eye closed, countless cultivators felt a little better. Whoosh. Countless dark clouds slowly dispersed, and heaven and earth returned to normal. With the disappearance of the Eye of Heaven, the suppression in the hearts of countless officials, commoners, and cultivators suddenly disappeared. On the ground below, Heavenly Emperor Ming Tianhan slowly opened his eyes. The slit of the third eye between his eyebrows disappeared. It was as if that eye had become the Eye of Heaven. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. 15 men who emitted a gentle white light bowed respectfully to Ming Tianhan. Long live the Heavenly Emperor. The other officials were also very excited at this moment. Sages. In the past, there were 15 sages in the Great Qing Heavenly Court. In ancient times, the number of sages was fixed, and there were only 15 of them. Now, all of them had reached the Great Qing Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor even controlled the heavens. There was no need to worry about the Great Qing Heavenly Court. Who in the world dared to disobey? All the officials could feel that an era called the Great Qing Heavenly Court was about to arrive. Ming Tianhan looked at the 4 figures on the Sea of Providence. Wu Tian, Shimen, Mei Gaoku, and Huazuan Tian. The 4 of them were firmly nailed to the Sea of Providence. Because of them, the Great Qing Heavenly Court controlled the most powerful weapon in the world. I have already given you the heaven and earth karmic positions. Familiarize yourselves with them as soon as possible. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Yes. The 15 sages answered in unison. At the same time, the various factions in the imperial city quickly spread the news of what had happened. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Yifeng and Liu Gang brought a document to Zombie Yang Chuan. Holy King, this is the information from the Great Punishment Heavenly Court. The guard sent the message using his birth chart. The situation is rather tricky, Yifeng said with a frown. Yang Chuan took it. Miao also came over. Miao, what information? Controlling the heavens? 15 saints. Zombie Yang Chuan's face darkened. Yi Feng said in a low voice, Sage King, I think that Ming Tianhan will definitely come to cause trouble for Great Shun. He wants to capture Miao. 15 sages. I am worried. Miao. Why do you want to capture me? Miao shouted. Zombie Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said, Don't worry, the heavens and earth are incomplete after all. Although the saints are powerful, they are still far from the perfect saint. Miao. If the heavenly Tao was restored, the 15 sages would indeed be able to sweep across the world. Unless the great Qin Empire was restored to its peak, it wouldn't be able to resist them. However, how could the current sages compare to the sages when the world was at its peak? At that time, every saint was 10 times stronger than the current saint. Yang Chuan said solemnly. But there's also Ming Tianhan. According to the rumors, he already controls the heavens and has the Eye of Heaven. He's the new heaven. He's much more powerful than these sages. Yi Feng said worriedly. The heavens and earth are incomplete. He definitely won't be as powerful as the heaven of the past. Don't worry, Great Shen can handle it, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong stood by a railing with Shangguan Wnr behind him. Ming Tianhan? He's quite ambitious, Wu Jiong said with narrowed eyes. Ming Tianhan's ambition has never been small. It's just that the Yellow Springs Road doesn't exist in the Western Outer Continent. Otherwise, Ming Tianhan's army would have arrived long ago, Shangguan Wnr said with a frown. Wu Jiong's expression turned cold. Countless experts under the heavenly phenomenon realm had more or less received the news. At this moment, countless cultivators in seclusion walked out of their cave abodes to observe the upcoming changes. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Xing Heavenly Court, Imperial Capital, Underworld Sky City. Ming Tianhan looked at the court of officials and generals. Heavenly Emperor, Wu Yunfan was killed by Yang Chuan and the sky-burying coffin was taken by Yang Chuan. The cat was not brought back, an official said with a frown. Ming Tianhan sat on the dragon throne with a gloomy expression. After taking control of the heavens, Ming Tianhan's confidence had swelled. At this moment, Ming Tianhan felt like he was looking down on all living things. Because the heavens were related to the fate of all living things in the world, Ming Tianhan felt like he was the sole ruler of the world. Yang Chuan? Ming Tianhan's expression turned cold. Heavenly Emperor, how should we deal with him? The official asked. Great Shen Holy Court, this Yang Chuan is indeed a bit strange. Great Shen's combat power cannot be underestimated. Saints. Ming Tianhan said indifferently. 15 saints stood on the left side of the court. This was the most dazzling part of the court. Your subjects are present, the 15 saints said respectfully. You used to be the Black God Guards and are now saints. This emperor has a task for you all. Ming Tianhan said. Heavenly Emperor, please give us your orders. You, and all of you. A total of 12 saints, set out immediately and head to the Great Shen Holy Court. Destroy the Great Qin city and bring back Miao. Ming Tianhan said. Yes, Your Majesty. 12 of the saints responded loudly. Set out immediately. Ming Tianhan said. Yes. Whoosh. The 12 sages rushed out of the hall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 12 saints gave off a monstrous aura as they headed towards the Great Qin city. The saints left. A few days later, in Ming Tianhan's study Holy Monarch, your subject thinks that the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court should march towards the inner South Continent. No, your subject thinks that the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court should march towards the inner North Continent. The strategists were analyzing the first step of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court's expansion. No, your subject thinks that we should march towards the Yang Realm, one of the officials said. Oh. Ming Tianhan's expression changed. Evidently, this person's thoughts were the same as Ming Tianhan's. Celestial Emperor, you control the heavens and are unrivaled in the world. However, there are still countless heroes in the world. After we take the first step of expansion, we will definitely attract the backlash of the world's experts. The first step is extremely important. The Yang realm is too petty. Our target should be the Yang realm. The Yang realm is the world of the strong, the official said solemnly. Oh. Although the Yellow Springs Road doesn't exist in the western outer continent, our great Xingtian heavenly court has saints. The Yang realm and the Yang realm will no longer be separated. The Yang realm has 9 continents and the Yang realm has 6 continents in the Yang realm. The Yang realm is nourished by the sun and has more living beings. If Great Xingtian Heavenly Court wants to unify the world, it must have a foundation in the Yang realm. The Great Ju Heavenly Court in the Yang realm hasn't been established for long. When Wu Jiong dealt with Saint Wu Tian, he was able to escape. Clearly, the Heavenly Court isn't strong enough. We can force the Great Ju Heavenly Court out of the Yang realm's western outer continent. Just like the Great Shen Holy Court, the Yin realm and the Yang realm will develop together, the official said solemnly. Ming Tianhan fell into deep thought. All right, then take 2 saints to the Great Ju and force Wu Jiong to leave. Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. The Celestial Emperor is wise. The officials exclaimed excitedly. Just as all of the major factions in the world were waiting in anticipation, the Great Qin City in the underworld's outer east continent faced its greatest crisis since the founding of the underworld. Boom! A massive gale blew past, accompanied by an incredibly powerful aura. This aura came from the south of the Great Qin City and rushed towards the city. Boom! From the east of the Great Qin City, a massive aura suddenly spread out. Boom! 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 From the west, from the north, one after another, the terrifying aura spread to the entire city. Under this aura, many commoners were suppressed to the point that they could not lift their heads. Crash! The Great Qin City's formation suddenly opened, blocking the auras coming from 12 different directions. Immediately, the commoners felt much better, and they also saw the terrible situation outside. Saint! How could he be a saint? More than one. There's actually more than one. That's 12. 12 saints. Why are there suddenly so many saints in the world? In the Great Qin City, countless commoners cried out in shock. Countless commoners looked around in horror as they saw 12 holy auras soaring into the sky. In the past, when the venerable heavens attacked, everyone had seen the power of the saints. But now, there were 12 of them. It was equivalent to 12 venerable heavens. Was the Great Qin City finished? In the central palace, Yang Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting when 12 powerful auras suddenly rushed over. Zombie Yang Chuan's face turned cold. Whoosh! With a wave of his dragon robe, Zombie Yang Chuan stepped out. He slowly walked towards the entrance of the central palace. The officials followed behind him. The emperor and officials slowly stepped into the central palace's plaza. Standing in the middle of the plaza, Zombie Yang Chuan coldly looked at a saint in the south. Miao! Miao, carried by Mo Yushi, quickly walked over. Great Qin was facing the attack of 12 saint. At the same time, Yang Realm, Outer West Continent, Great Ju Imperial Court. Wu Jiong led the officials to the Taiji Palace's plaza. Standing in the plaza, Wu Jiong looked at the 2 saints in front of him, holding a letter in their hands. Their faces were blurry, but even if he couldn't see their faces clearly, he could feel their domineering aura. Great Ju Celestial Emperor, I, the Great Xing Celestial Emperor, have delivered the letter. Martial Emperor, please send a message back to Underworld Sky City. One of the saints said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong sneered, Message? What message do you want from me? The Celestial Emperor doesn't want to kill too much. He only asks Martial Emperor to lead Great Ju away from the Outer West Continent. The Celestial Emperor will arrange time for you to plan. Martial Emperor, please leave a message. When will you move out of the Outer West Continent? The saint spoke again. Ha, ha 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 ha, you want Great Ju to move out of the Outer West Continent? Ming Tianhan, has he lost his mind? How can such words come out of his mouth? Wu Jiong suddenly sneered. Martial Emperor, please be more polite. Otherwise. One of the saints said coldly. Otherwise what? Wu Jiong said coldly. Otherwise, don't blame us for making a move and disturbing your Luoyang, another saint said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong's eyes turned cold. With just the two of you? We are saints. One of them shouted. If I say you are saints, then you are saints. Wu Jiong said coldly. Chapter 1285. Outside the great Qin city, the 12 sages had arrived. However, at this moment, there were some other figures hiding in the dark. In a mountain forest, the 100 evil old demon from the Yang realm looked at the great Qin city with cold eyes. In a valley, Yuan Tiangang from the great Zhu imperial court looked at the great Qin city with a scrutinizing expression. In a pile of sand and stone, the Tsar of the Three Emperor Holy Court also appeared in the Yang realm. In a ghost cave, dark Gui Guzi looked puzzled. There was even the Tongtian sect master from the Yang realm's north outer continent. These people came at the same time and watched quietly. No one knew what they were observing. In front of the central palace, zombie Yang Chuan looked coldly at a sage from the south. The Great Xing Heavenly Court? Invading the Great Shen? Yang Chuan said with a cold gaze. The sage from the south said in a deep voice, "The Heavenly Emperor has ordered us to destroy the Great Qin city and capture Miao." Miao. Miao immediately cried out angrily. Bai Qi glared and held his blade. Zombie Yang Chuan took a deep breath and suddenly said, "Citizens of the Great Shen, raise your right hand and lend me your strength to kill the invaders." Above the Sea of Providence, the statue of Yang Chuan suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Roar. The dragon roared. Yang Chuan's voice instantly spread to the 5 major territories of the Yang realm. Myriad Ghost Territory, Revered Heaven Territory, Skull Sea Territory, Abused Ghost Territory, and 3 Yin Territory. The Myriad Ghost Weave was completely under Great Shen's control. Due to the Hua family's surrender, the Revered Heaven Weave was almost completely under Great Shen's control. As for the other 3 weaves, Great Shen had already occupied half of them. Therefore, Yang Chuan's voice could be heard everywhere. Countless citizens of the Great Shen suddenly heard Yang Chuan's voice. The Sage King needs power? This is the first time. Yeah, I heard that even the Sage King didn't mobilize the Great Shen's power last time. Could it be that he's stronger than the Sage King? It doesn't matter, the news will come soon. The Sage King needs power. Let's raise our right hands. In an instant, endless power gathered from all directions. Visible streams of power formed into a golden stream of light and rushed toward the golden dragon of luck. Roar. The golden dragon of destiny charged toward zombie Yang Chuan with boundless power. Roar. Zombie Yang Chuan let out a loud roar, and a pair of giant dragon skeletal wings appeared on his back. 2 huge fangs protruded from its mouth. Meow. Meow was startled. Roar. The golden dragon of 18 claws destiny rushed into Yang Chuan's body. Buzz. Yang Chuan's entire body suddenly radiated golden light in all directions. Rumble. From where Yang Chuan was, a surging aura erupted. Hua. With a flap of his wings, Yang Chuan charged out of the Great Qin city with an unstoppable momentum. Standing in the sky, he faced the 12 sages alone. "Haha, Yang Chuan, are you crazy?" One of the sages laughed loudly. "Meow, Yang Chuan, I'll help you." Meow called out. Yang Chuan twisted his head and said in a deep voice, "Meow, Bai Qi, look around. Don't let anyone escape." What? Meow was confused. On the other side, another sage was also confused. At this moment, Yang Chuan's body was emitting an extremely cold aura. Snow fell from the sky above the Great Qin city. The 12 sages looked at Yang Chuan in shock. Yang Chuan shouldn't be reacting like this. Shouldn't he be terrified? "Mph, you overestimate yourself," one of the sages shouted. "Heavenly Dao." Boom. More than 2,000 heavenly Daos suddenly burst out from behind that sage. A vast aura like that of the heavenly Dao suddenly burst out and charged towards zombie Yang Chuan. He stretched out his hand and a huge palm print appeared. It carried the power of heaven and earth and struck towards Yang Chuan. Wherever the palm passed, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void and surrounded the palm print. Roar. Zombie Yang Chuan's aura was also extremely vast. It carried the power of heaven and earth. Zombie Yang Chuan's palm collided with it. The two huge palm prints collided in the void. Rumble. More than half of the void was shattered. Billowing storms rushed in all directions. The blurry void made many people unable to see what was inside. When the void calmed down slightly, everyone realized that Yang Chuan had disappeared. Ah! In the distance, a sage suddenly screamed in horror. However, zombie Yang Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Both of his palms were inserted into his chest, causing him to be unable to move. Back then, when zombie Yang Chuan was still weak, even the heavenly Tao couldn't do anything to the terrifying zombie Yang Chuan. Now, zombie Yang Chuan's strength had skyrocketed and he had mobilized the power of heaven and earth, drawing the power of heaven and earth to fight against this sage. How could he be weak? In an instant, zombie Yang Chuan broke through the palm print and stabbed his palms into his chest. How dare you, bastard! Stop! The other 11 sages screamed in horror. But why would zombie Yang Chuan care? He flapped his huge wings and opened his mouth to roar. Roar. Under the roar, a terrifying suction force came from zombie Yang Chuan's mouth. No, no! The restrained sage screamed in horror, but the suction force from Yang Chuan's mouth was too strong. Boom! Ah! While the sage was Yahoo, he was swallowed into zombie Yang Chuan's stomach. The sage was eaten by zombie Yang Chuan. Within the Great Qin city, countless residents opened their mouths in shock, feeling incredibly confused. Meow. Meow also widened its eyes in disbelief. Mo Yushi was surprised. Only Bai Qi didn't care. After all, in the Great Thousand World, Yang Chuan had even eaten a perfect sage. A sage with an incomplete Great Path only had 1/10 of his strength left, so it wasn't strange that he was eaten. In the distance, Tongtian, Dark Gigu Zi, Evil Old Demon, Yuan Tiangang, and the Tsar all frowned, looking confused. You. A sage said in horror. Yang Chuan had eaten a sage. Let's attack together. Can't we, the 11 sages, defeat Yang Chuan? Let's kill him. Kill. Roar. The 11 sages attacked almost at the same time. Boom. Each of them had more than 2,000 great paths of heaven. In an instant, the entire Great Qin city was surrounded by great path pillars. The rolling great paths of heaven rushed toward Yang Chuan in the center. Zombie Yang Chuan snorted coldly. Zombie Yang Chuan instantly crashed into the great paths of heaven. However, the great paths of heaven didn't stop Yang Chuan. Instead, it was as if they were transparent in front of Yang Chuan. Oh no, the zombie king jumped out of the great path of heaven. A sage suddenly shouted. The zombie king wasn't restrained by the great path of heaven. However, it was too late. At this moment, zombie Yang Chuan's strength was at its strongest. In an instant, it appeared in front of another sage. Boom! Ah! That sage cried out in pain. Yang Chuan's hand stabbed into his chest. Roar! Yang Chuan opened its mouth and swallowed again. No! Bastard! The group of sages cried out in horror. Then, the group of sages quickly reached out their hands and attacked zombie Yang Chuan with the power of heaven and earth. 10 giant palms broke through the void and rushed toward Yang Chuan. However, at this moment, Yang Chuan didn't care at all and continued to swallow. Roar! In one gulp, the second sage was swallowed into his stomach. At the same time, 10 giant palms carrying the power of heaven and earth arrived in front of him. Boom! The 10 palms bombarded Yang Chuan's body. The void in that area was stirred up crazily. However, Yang Chuan seemed to be fine. Even the power of the sages couldn't destroy his terrifying body. Swish! Amidst the shock of the sages, Yang Chuan rushed toward the third sage. Ah! Boom! At a terrifying speed, the third sage did the same thing again. Yang Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed again. Roar! No, no! How can this be? How can Yang Chuan be so strong? Amidst the horror of the sages, Yang Chuan swallowed the third sage ferociously. The battle suddenly stopped. The 9 sages looked confused. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 3 loud thunderclaps sounded in the sky. After each thunderclap, there was a sudden burst of sorrowful music. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rain of blood began to fall from all directions. The rain of blood soared into the sky, and mist began to rise from the ground. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a sage. One of the sages said in confusion. The sage in Yang Chuan's stomach is dead. Another sage said in confusion. The sages didn't want to admit it, but the weather had shown everything. Heaven and earth mourned the death of a sage. This was a sign from the heavens. Yang Chuan. Looking at this scene, the 9 sages suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Zombie Yang Chuan rushed toward another sage. "Ah, don't come over." "No." The sage turned around and ran in horror. However, Zombie Yang Chuan was too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. In an instant, it was in front of the sage. "No." The sage flipped his hand and struck with the power of heaven and earth. Roar. Zombie Yang Chuan's face was ferocious. It smashed the giant palm and instantly appeared beside the sage and grabbed him. "No." However, no matter how they shouted, they couldn't stop Yang Chuan from swallowing them. Such a one-sided massacre shocked the other 8 sages so much that they lost their fighting spirit. How could this be? They didn't go forward to save them. Instead, they turned around and fled in all directions. However, as soon as they fled, they found a terrifying force around them. It was as if they had nowhere to run. Countless stars surrounded the great Qin city. The terrifying stirring force forced the sages to be unable to escape. "Great heavenly void arcane art." Outside, Tongtian said with a gloomy face. This was the complete form of the universe in the palm. At this moment, under the seal of the void, even the sages couldn't escape. Whoosh! The blood rain became heavier and heavier. Yang Chuan swallowed the 4th sage and pounced on the 5th sage. No, this shouldn't be happening. The surroundings were like a cage. The 12 sages came aggressively, but now they were trapped and had nowhere to run. Yang Chuan defeated them one by one and devoured them one by one. "Stop running. Let's attack Yang Chuan together. If he doesn't die, we will die," a sage shouted in horror. The 8 sages attacked Yang Chuan together again. One palm struck with the power of heaven and earth, while the other hand attacked Yang Chuan with a magic treasure. However, at this moment, Zombie Yang Chuan was invulnerable. With an invincible body, his speed was terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, he pounced on another sage. Roar. Once again, he opened his mouth and devoured crazily. Attack together. Rumble. The void shook violently. However, when the void returned to normal, another sage was gone. The remaining sages no longer had any thoughts of cooperating and resisting. In fear, they could only flee quickly. Zombie Yang Chuan was too terrifying. What formation is this? Break. The sages attacked the surrounding stars. Rumble. The surrounding stars shook. Clearly, the complete universe in the palm could no longer trap the sages. Suddenly, a crack appeared. A sage was overjoyed and quickly rushed toward the crack. Quong! A sky-burying coffin appeared from the crack and smashed toward the sage. Boom! As soon as the sage retreated, Zombie Yang Chuan instantly appeared behind him and captured him just like before. "No, no, Yang Di, let me go." Roar! Without hesitation, Yang Chuan swallowed it in one gulp. The other sages attacked the star formation crazily. Suddenly, another crack appeared. "Meow, where do you think you are going? Bai Qi is here. Take this." Boom. The entire sky above the great Qin city fell into chaos. The violent battle and Yang Chuan's domineering manner of devouring sages. For a moment, the citizens of the great Qin city were all stunned. "Senior brother, what did I see? A sage. A sage king is devouring a sage. Am I dreaming? Why don't you try slapping me?" Slap. "Ouch, senior brother, you really hit me. My hand hurts. It seems like it's real. Is it real?" The great Qin city was filled with confusion and excitement. Gradually, it turned into endless worship. The supreme beasts of Da Zhan, the Dragon Emperor and the Pheasant Empress, happened to be in the netherworld. Previously, they were still anxious, but now, seeing Yang Chuan killing everywhere, eating everywhere, the 2 great beasts couldn't help but tremble. Originally, They had seen how powerful Yang Chuan was in the netherworld and thought that Yang Chuan in the netherworld was inferior. But now, was he inferior? That was a genuine sage. Devouring like this. Devouring like this. Who could be a match for Yang Chuan? Yang Chuan continued to devour. The sky continued to rain blood, the ground was filled with blood mist, and the mournful music was endless. All of this showed the tragic scene in the sky above the Great Qin City. Outside the Great Qin City, the various factions had complicated expressions on their faces. Dark Giguzi pondered and said, "Could it be that I guessed wrong?" The Grandmaster of Heaven took a deep breath. "I hope I guessed wrong." As the number of sages continued to decrease, Dark Giguzi, the Grandmaster of Heaven, 100 Evil Old Demon, Tsar, Yuan Tiangang, and the others left one after another with complicated expressions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Everyone seemed to be trying to verify something. Perhaps they had verified it, or perhaps they had not. As the number of sages decreased, Yang Chuan became more and more unrestrained. "No, no, Heavenly Emperor, why didn't you save me? Heavenly Emperor!" Roars filled the sky. However, the current sages could only become food in the mouth of Zombie Yang Chuan. Zombie Yang Chuan, who was at full strength, had monstrous power. The 12 sages all died in the mouth of Yang Chuan. Under the encirclement of Bai Qi, the Miao, the heaven-burying coffin, and even the Grand Emperor, the Jade Emperor, the 3 Swords of God, and other strong practitioners. None of the 12 sages escaped. Until the last sage was caught by Zombie Yang Chuan. "Emperor Yang, I'm willing to submit, I'm willing to submit," the sage said in fear. The malevolent Yang Chuan ignored him. Instead, he opened his mouth and sucked him in again, swallowing him down. At this point, the 12 sages were all devoured by Zombie Yang Chuan. The Great Qin City turned danger into safety. Chapter 1286. I made a small mistake in the last chapter yesterday. This is Yang Chuan's second time mobilizing the power of the people in the netherworld. I've corrected it. Sorry. Above the Great Qin City, countless stars slowly disappeared. The void slowly calmed down, leaving Zombie Yang Chuan alone. He spread his giant wings and floated in the sky. Roar. Yang Chuan let out a roar of relief. With this roar, the people in the Great Qin City were overjoyed. The crisis of the Great Qin City was resolved. The Sage King had devoured 12 sages. Those were sages, supreme existences in the world. The Sage King had actually eaten 12 of them at once. Long live the Sage King! Long live the Sage King! Long live the Sage King! The people cheered, rejoicing that they had survived. They worshipped Yang Chuan's strength and were proud to be the people of Great Qin. Meow! Meow excitedly jumped into Mo Yushi's arms. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with excitement. The officials cheered. Only the spies of the various factions held their breaths, unable to speak. Today's battle in the Great Qin City could not be hidden at all. It would definitely spread to all corners of the world. Great Qin was powerful, and Zombie King Yang Chuan was even more ferocious and invincible. 12 sages, 12 sages. They had almost been killed by Yang Chuan alone. Who in the world could be his match? High in the sky, after roaring, Yang Chuan's body rumbled. Rumble. Yang Chuan's ferocious aura was rampant. Boom. A shockwave spread out from Yang Chuan's body. Many people understood that Yang Chuan's strength had become stronger. High in the sky, Zombie Yang Chuan took a deep breath. Looking at the endless blood rain falling, he turned his head slightly. 5th firmament ancestral immortal? 12 sages, and only 1 firmament. The world is about to be repaired. Time waits for no one, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Netherworld, West Outer Continent, Dark Sky City. Ming Tianhan sat on the dragon throne with his eyes closed. Blood rain fell from the sky, and the mournful music continued. It was clear that a saint had fallen. Furthermore, with such a heavy rain of blood and so much blood mist rising from the ground, it was obvious that more than one saint had died. The officials stood respectfully, not daring to say a word. At the same time, they understood that the Sky Emperor's consciousness had also entered the Heaven's Eye. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered around Underworld Sky City, rolling and rumbling. Similar to Underworld Sky City was another city in the mortal realm, Luoyang of the Great Jew Imperial Court in the western outer continent. Above Luoyang, a rain of blood fell, and dark clouds covered the sky. In Luoyang City, in front of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong, dressed in a dragon robe, stood with his hands behind his back. The officials stood behind him respectfully. In front of Wu Jiong were two corpses. The two sages who had come to cause trouble for the Great Jew dynasty had been killed on the spot. Long live the Celestial Emperor, the officials shouted in admiration. As for Wu Jiong, he coldly looked to the sky. Boom! Above the boundless dark clouds, a crack suddenly appeared. The crack extended from one side of the sky to the other. As soon as the crack appeared, a vast aura spread out. This aura made Luoyang, which was originally cheering, instantly fall dead silent. The people suddenly felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. A tremor that came from the depths of their souls was about to come out. Rumble. The crack separated to both sides. When it separated, almost everyone suddenly knelt down. There was no reason, no thought, or rather, at this moment, from their birth charts to their souls, the only thought in their minds was to worship. Whoosh! Almost everyone in Luoyang City knelt down. At the entrance of Taiji Palace, only 11 figures did not kneel down. The leader was Wu Jiong. When Wu Jiong stepped on the ground, an altar seemed to appear under his feet. Stepping on the altar, this terrifying heavenly might had little effect on Wu Jiong. What Wu Jiong stepped on was the heaven and earth altar, which was also a symbol of heaven and earth karmic status that could be possessed. The other 10 figures also stepped on the altar, but they were much smaller than Wu Jiong. It was the heaven and earth altar of the birth position. In the entire Luoyang city, only these 11 people did not kneel down. The others, no matter who they were, all prostrated on the ground, without any thoughts of resistance. The crack in the dark clouds finally separated. It was an extremely huge eye. As soon as the huge eye appeared, a ferocious aura rushed toward Luoyang City. If the aura of a saint was grand, then the aura of this eye was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even more. Heaven's eye! Wu Jiong's face darkened. The huge eye looked down. A cold snort sounded. The 10 people behind Wu Jiong who had altars of birth all trembled in their hearts. Then, they lowered their heads as if they could not look directly at the Heaven's Eye. The Heaven's Eye controlled the heavens and affected the birth charts of all living beings in the world. At this moment, a huge pressure came toward Wu Jiong. Boom! Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground under Wu Jiong's feet. Wu Jiong's aura erupted, but under the Heaven's Eye, Wu Jiong's aura was not enough. Wu Jiong, how dare you kill my envoy? A loud angry voice came from the void. The angry rebuke carried the wrath of the heavens. Countless timid commoners were suddenly scared out of their wits by this voice. The entire Luoyang city was facing an unprecedented crisis. The 10 officials also lowered their heads at this moment. Their faces were filled with difficulty. In the face of the Heaven's Eye, they could not even raise their heads. How could they resist it? Wu Jiong was the first to bear the brunt. Under the wrath of heaven, a crack suddenly appeared on the heaven and earth altar. Crack! The heaven and earth altar seemed to be about to shatter. Wu Jiong's expression was extremely ugly. Today, no one can save you. Luoyang City? Another angry voice came from the void. The Heaven's Eye had not yet descended, but its ferocious aura had already made Luoyang unable to resist. Seeing that the heaven and earth altar under his feet was about to shatter, Wu Jiong finally could not sit still. Celestial Emperor? That was because he had the heaven and earth karmic position. If the heaven and earth karmic position was destroyed, Wu Jiong would fall from his position as Celestial Emperor. Wu Jiong did not act rashly. Instead, he suddenly looked at a palace not far away. The palace was located beside Taiji Palace. It was a sealed hall that had never been opened. In fact, the officials did not understand why there was a palace here. Teacher, the Great Jew dynasty has encountered an unprecedented disaster. I am unable to resolve it. Please help me. Wu Jiong suddenly said. Creak. The officials of the Great Zhou dynasty, who were defenseless, were suddenly surprised. The door of the palace slowly opened. Slowly, everyone who was prostrating on the ground heard the sound of footsteps. The footsteps were not very heavy and were very slow. However, to many people, it made them feel at ease. From the nameless hall, an old man in a green robe slowly walked out. The old man was slightly thin and his face was very calm. Step by step, he walked out of the nameless hall. There was no heaven and earth altar under his feet. In fact, there was not even a trace of aura around him. However, this ordinary old man was not affected by the heavenly might in the slightest. He walked out slowly. Up in the sky, the heaven's eye's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because the old man who walked out looked like an ordinary old man. There was not a trace of dharmic power fluctuation. The old man held a green sword in his hand. He walked to Wu Jiong's side. Teacher, Wu Jiong said respectfully. The other 10 officials who could stand could not raise their heads. They wanted to see the old man's appearance, but they could not. The old man slowly raised his head. His face was still very calm as he looked at the giant eye in the sky. Who are you? Ming Tianhan's angry voice came from the sky. The old man finally spoke. Heaven? Only the 2 founders of fate can unleash its true power. You, on the other hand, are not worthy. Moreover, this is a broken fate. What did you say? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. You are not worthy of heaven, the old man said indifferently. As he spoke, the old man's sword danced. Chimph, old man, who are you? The founders of heaven? 2. Who? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. However, the old man did not care. He suddenly danced with his sword and stabbed at the heaven's eye. How dare you? Ming Tianhan shouted angrily. However, the old man's sword was already stabbing. A vast energy sword soared into the sky. The energy sword was majestic, like a pillar holding up the sky. It instantly arrived before the heaven's eye. Fast, large, strong, and fierce, it was a king's sword, an invincible sword. Under this sword, the heaven's eye suddenly had a feeling that it couldn't dodge. It felt as if it could only stare helplessly as the sword stabbed itself to death. No. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Wu Jiong saw the old man's energy sword pierce through the heaven's eye's pupil. The huge energy sword slid to the side. Sheeing. The huge heaven's eye was suddenly cut into 2 halves from the pupil. Whoosh. The old man put away his sword, his expression still indifferent. However, the huge heaven's eye in the sky had suffered a lot of damage. Crack, 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 crack. Countless spider-web-like cracks appeared on the heaven's eye. Impossible. Who are you? Who are you? Ming Tianhan's despairing cry came from the sky. Boom. The giant heaven's eye exploded into pieces. 1 sword. Just 1 sword. He destroyed the heaven's eye just like that. When the heaven's eye exploded, the suppression in the depths of everyone's soul instantly disappeared. The countless dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. The heaven and earth altar beneath Wu Jiong's feet was being repaired. The 10 officials could now look up at the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, but the sword strike just now was something that almost everyone could not forget. It was too amazing. Killing the heaven's eye with 1 sword strike. At this moment, the old man slowly walked toward the nameless palace from before. Quong. The door to the main hall closed once again. Almost everyone in the Taiji Palace's square was silent. The heavenly emperor's teacher. Wu Jiong took in a deep breath as he stared at the closed doors of the palace. The heaven's eye. Ming Tianhan thought it was the strongest thing. But his teacher could destroy it with 1 sword strike. A voice suddenly sounded in Wu Jiong's mind. Wu Jiong, I will erase everyone's memories. You can only keep 3 people alive. Don't lose your memories. Yes, teacher. Wu Jiong immediately answered. Hum. From the nameless palace, a green light suddenly spread out in all directions. Everyone who was hit by the green light suddenly became confused, as if they had forgotten everything that had happened. At the same time, in the imperial court of Underworld Sky City in the western outer continent of the Underworld Ming Tianhan suddenly clutched his forehead and screamed in pain. Many officials saw that Ming Tianhan was clutching his forehead, and a trace of blood was flowing out. Chapter 1287. In the Underworld's west outer continent, Underworld Sky City's imperial court. Ming Tianhan suddenly held his forehead and screamed in pain. Many officials saw that Ming Tianhan was holding his forehead, and a trace of blood was flowing out. Sky Emperor, the officials said anxiously. Ming Tianhan held his forehead and didn't say anything, but blood kept flowing out. The officials were all anxious. Court is dismissed. Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes. The officials could only helplessly reply. Just as the officials were about to leave the hall. Report, bad news. A Jiaohu came from outside the hall. An official rushed into the hall. Sky Emperor, above the Sea of Providence, Wu Tian, my Gao Ku, Shi Men, and Hua Zun Tian have awakened. They're about to escape, the official said anxiously. What? The hall was in an uproar. The four of them have awakened. Could it be that the four saints' sacrifice to the heavens failed? Sky Emperor's forehead. Could it be that the eye of heaven has changed? The officials were all in a state of jiaohu. Ming Tianhan held the wound between his eyebrows and coldly looked outside the hall. Outside the hall, above the Sea of Providence. The four golden lights that had pinned down the four saints had now disappeared. The four saints had awakened, and a huge altar slowly appeared. The four saints looked around in confusion. On the altar, the four of them were still chained up. Sky Emperor, there's a power that connects us saints. The only saint of Great Xing suddenly said. Whoosh! High up in the sky, the chains that bound the four sages suddenly retreated slowly. It was as if an inexplicable force was helping them to break free. We're saved. What's going on? The four saints were still confused. Not good, the four saints are about to escape. Quick, stop them. Someone shouted. Stop. Ming Tianhan suddenly shouted. The guards looked at Ming Tianhan in confusion. At this moment, Ming Tianhan didn't stop the four saints from escaping. Boom. As soon as the chains were removed, the four sages were suddenly saved. With a loud bang, the altar exploded. Standing high up in the sky, the four sages were at a loss. Looking at the underworld sky city below, the four sages raised their brows and clenched their fists. Ming Tianhan, I will remember this grudge. Wu Tian shouted. Go. Boom. The four saints fled with a loud rumble. From beginning to end, Ming Tianhan did not stop him. At this moment, everyone understood that the heaven's eye that the Sky Emperor controlled was useless. However, in this world, who could destroy heaven's eye? Was there such an expert in this world? Court is dismissed. Yang, stay here. Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes. The ministers slowly withdrew from the hall. In the blink of an eye, there was only one person left in the hall. He was the only living sage of the Black Divine Guards of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court, Yang Kuang. The door of the main hall slammed shut. Ming Tianhan slightly moved his hand away. There was a bloody light between his eyebrows. The blood came from the slit in his third eye. Ming Tianhan wiped the blood off his face and frowned in pain. Then, he covered his forehead again. He then turned to look at the saint, Yang. Yang, what happened? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. Yang was silent for a while. Then, he took a deep breath and said, the four saints were sent to the heavenly demon world by some force. Oh, I don't know who this force is. It's very powerful. It's so powerful that I can't even touch it. The four of them were sent to the heavenly demon world. I also received a message from that force. Yang said in a low voice. What is it? That force sent me a message saying that he will regain control of the heavens. If I want to keep my position as a sage, I have to contribute to the world. I have to find someone to fill in one of the remaining 20 heavenly Daos. Otherwise, he will take away my position as a sage. Yang said in a low voice. Who? What arrogance. He hasn't even regained control of the heavens, But he's so sure that he can do it. Ming Tianhan said with a complicated expression. I don't know. He mentioned regaining control of the heavens. He should be an ancient existence. Perhaps he's someone from the third or second epoch, Yang said in a low voice. Could it be? Ming Tianhan's eyes suddenly focused. Who is the celestial emperor thinking of? Yang asked curiously. I don't know. Just now, when Hongjun pierced my heaven's eye, he mentioned that there were two creators of the heavens. Perhaps the person who sent you the message is the so-called creator of the heavens, Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. Ah! If that's the case, then the world might really enter a great era. Old monsters will keep popping up. Yang frowned. Yes. Even I didn't expect Hongjun to be so strong. One sword, just one sword. Ming Tianhan said with a gloomy expression. Is the heaven's eye really broken? Yang looked at Ming Tianhan with a serious expression. It's broken. Apart from you obtaining the position of sage, all the other 14 sages have fallen. My heaven's eye has also been forcefully broken. All my efforts have been for naught, Ming Tianhan said as he held his forehead. However, when Ming Tianhan spoke, he didn't look depressed. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Yang didn't find it strange when he saw Ming Tianhan's smile. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, zombie Yang Chuan had devoured 12 sages. The news couldn't be suppressed at all. Soon, the news spread everywhere. The first to bear the brunt of it were the 3 weaves that Great Shun was conquering. The skeleton sea weave, the 3 yin weave, and the ghost abuse weave. The moment the 3 weave lords heard the news, they shouted without hesitation, that's impossible. However, there were more than one group of spies. Especially when 2 countries were at war, several different groups of spies kept sending news. The 3 weave lords stood there in a daze. Sages. Those were sages. They were on their home turf, and they could barely resist one. However, Yang Chuan had actually devoured 12 of them. Where did so many sages come from? How could this be? Did the world change? The 3 weave lords felt extremely bitter. If they had known that Yang Chuan was so ferocious, they wouldn't have dared to invade Great Shun. Sect Lord, we can't hold this place anymore. Once Meng Tian returns, we. Yes, Sect Lord. Yang Chuan is so ferocious. We. The subordinates were worried. Report, Zhongyi of Great Shun requests an audience. A voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Zhongyi. He was in charge of diplomacy. This time, Yang Chuan had displayed his might. Zhongyi naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He immediately went to various places to persuade them to surrender. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Xianyang. In the palace's study. Yang Chuan, in his human form, dismissed everyone. In the study, only Yang Chuan sat in front of the desk. There were 2 imperial seals on the desk in front of him. One was Great Shen's Great Heavenly Seal. The other was the Great Qin Imperial Seal, the Celestial Emperor's Imperial Seal from his first life, which he had taken back from Dark Ghost Guzi not long ago. The 2 Imperial Seals lay flat on the desk. Both of them were exuding a hostile aura. The Imperial Seal suppressed the fate of a country. 1 seal was enough. However, there were 2 seals in front of him. Moreover, they were both Yang Chuan's Imperial Seals. One of them was the current Imperial Seal, while the other was from his first life. The 2 Imperial Seals refused to give way to each other. The Great Qin Imperial Seal had a stronger aura. After all, it used to be the Heavenly Court's Imperial Seal. Yang Chuan took a deep breath. Great Shen can only have 1 Imperial Seal. The world is about to be complete. I have to be careful. Yang Chuan sighed softly. He held 1 Imperial Seal in each hand. A trace of reluctance flashed in Yang Chuan's eyes. Great Qin Imperial Seal, you accompanied me in my first life to conquer the world and suppress half of my life's fate. I am very gratified and cherish you. However, this is no longer the Great Qin. I am Yang Chuan. I am helpless. A trace of shame flashed in Yang Chuan's eyes. Buzz. The Great Qin Imperial Seal trembled. It seemed to be sad but also seemed to be comforting Yang Chuan. Slowly, the great Qin imperial seal floated up. It floated above the great heavenly seal. The heavenly emperor is immortal. The imperial seal is willing to die to accompany the heavenly emperor. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice came from the great Qin imperial seal. Following that, the great Qin imperial seal suddenly melted. Gradually, it turned into a black liquid that poured into the great heavenly seal. Gulp! Gulp! The great heavenly seal was like a sponge, absorbing this liquid. Gradually, the great Qin imperial seal was completely sucked into it. Buzz! The great heavenly seal gave off a beam of golden light. It seemed to be celebrating everything that it absorbed. In order to continue following Yang Chuan, the great Qin imperial seal willingly absorbed into the great heavenly seal. I will not disappoint you. In this life, follow me to suppress the world again, Yang Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Buzz! The great heavenly seal trembled slightly. With a flip of his hand, Yang Chuan put away the great heavenly seal. Sage ruler. Zhao Gao's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Come in, Yang Chuan said. Yes. Zhao Jiao entered the study. Sage ruler, there is someone outside. It seems to be someone from the Dugu family. They request an audience with you, Zhao Jiao said. Oh. Yang Chuan was slightly curious. Let him in. Yes. Soon, a man with a sword on his back walked into the study. Greetings, Yama Emperor, Dugu Yeshen of the Dugu family. The man said. Dugu Yeshen? Why have you come to Great Shun? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. Back then, during the battle of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, my Dugu family saw a group of people hiding in the dark helping Great Shun. Among them, someone used the Dugu family's sword technique. Among them, there was even a sword technique that the family head enjoyed. I think it should be the former head of the Dugu family, Dugu Butian. Dugu Yeshen said. Oh. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Under the orders of the family head, I am to send a letter of challenge to the current Dugu Butian. Yama Emperor, please pass it to Dugu Butian. Dugu Yeshen handed over a letter. A letter of challenge? Yang Chuan's face darkened. Yama Emperor, pass it to Dugu Butian. You will know everything. I will not disturb you any further. Farewell. Dugu Yeshen said. With that, Dugu Yeshen left the study. Yang Chuan watched Dugu Yeshen leave with a frown. Chapter 1288. Get out. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Zhao Jiao left the study. Yang Chuan looked at the letter in his hand but did not open it. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Heaven-mending guards. Whoosh. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared and knelt down in front of Yang Chuan. Greetings, Holy King. Inform the pavilion master of the heaven-mending pavilion to come and see me, Yang Chuan said. Yes. Whoosh. The black shadow disappeared again. Yang Chuan slowly walked out of the study. Boom. Outside, the void shook. Auspicious signs appeared and heavenly music floated in the air. Another heavenly Tao was mended. Yang Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. 19 more paths of heaven and the world will be complete, Zhao Jiao said with respect. Prepare the chariot. I am going to the East Sea, Yang Chuan said. Yes. Very quickly, Zhao Jiao arranged everything. Yang Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage and did not let anyone follow him. The 5 dragons pulled Yang Chuan and headed towards the Eastern Sea. The East Sea Dragon Palace used to guard the East Sea Eye until a group of explosive beasts appeared. The East Sea Dragon Kings were forced to leave the East Sea. 3 days later. At the bottom of the East Sea. On a square at the bottom of the sea. The seawater could not enter. Yang Chuan stood on one side of the square. On the other side, there were 11 explosive beasts. The one in the lead was twice the size of the others. It had a single horn that looked like a crown on its head. An explosive beast king. Old neighbor? The explosive beast king asked. Isn't that the case? Yang Chuan asked indifferently. The explosive beast king narrowed its eyes and said, I can feel that there is a force similar to mine in your body. Is it the power of explosion and restoration? You have refined an explosive beast. Roar. The explosive beasts suddenly roared. No wonder you are an explosive beast king. You can feel my divine power, Yang Chuan said. Astral powers were hidden in the user's body. No one would be able to see through it, but the exploding beast king was able to. That's a divine ability of my clan. Of course, I know about it. That day, when I was born, before my power was fully unsealed, I met a so-called saint. Otherwise, no one would be able to take away an exploding beast. You killed my clan's beast, and you still dare to come here? The exploding beast king said coldly. Ha, ha, ha. Explosive beast king, aren't you tired of talking like that? Am I your enemy just because I killed an explosive beast? Then, if you killed a human, wouldn't you become the enemy of all humans? Yang Chuan said with a smile. The explosive beast king said nothing. You didn't tame the exploding beast back then, so it's not your subordinate. Exploding beast king, I have something else to discuss with you today. Please don't dwell on the past. At the very least, I, Yang Chuan, have never been your enemy. You owe me a debt of gratitude when you were able to break out of the seal. Yang Chuan smiled. Oh. What do you want to discuss? Tell me. The exploding beast king said. The world is about to recover. I think you can feel it as well. Some of the most powerful warriors are about to come back. Yang Chuan said. The exploding beast king thought for a while and nodded. That's right. Not long ago, the world changed and I felt it. I heard from my subordinates that it should be the return of the heavens. Unfortunately, it seems to have disappeared again. That's right. That's just the beginning. Time is not on my side. That's why I thought of you. Yang Chuan said. Me? The exploding beast king asked. Yes. I need to improve myself so that I can welcome all the heroes in the world. It's inevitable that I will be away from the Zhenlong territory. The Zhenlong territory is strong, but many powerful warriors are coming out. If I'm not there, they will take advantage of me. For example, not long ago, Xianyang encountered a disaster. Yang Chuan took a deep breath. You don't want me to protect Xianyang for you, do you? The exploding beast king sneered. No. I won't ask for your help unless it's a life-and-death crisis. But no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. That's why I'm here. I want to make a deal with you, Yang Chuan said. Oh. If Xianyang is in danger when I'm not there, I need you to help me once, Yang Chuan said. Once? Help me? The exploding beast king asked. Yes. I know you're good. I just need you to do your best, Yang Chuan said. What will you give me in exchange? The exploding beast king asked. Bang. Yang Chuan flipped his hand and took out a heaven-burying coffin. I've sealed something inside. You'll know when you see it, Yang Chuan said. The coffin was opened. All of a sudden, one of the exploding beasts saw an exit. He didn't know how long he had been drifting in the vast void. He had wasted 2 chances to escape. The exploding beast swore that it would never explode again. Whoosh! The exploding beast dashed out of the sky burial coffin. What? The Beast King was surprised. Boom! The Beast King unleashed a surge of energy toward the exploding beast. Ah, bastard! You tricked me again, the exploding beast bellowed. However, after a while, it realized that something was wrong. All of a sudden, the exploding beast saw a group of its kind. Exploding Beast King. What do you think of this one? Yang Chuan put away the sky burial coffin. You. The exploding beast was about to say something. Shut up. The exploding Beast King said coldly. Instantly, the exploding beasts surrounded the exploding beast. The exploding beast didn't dare to say another word. Exploding beasts are rare. Including this one, there are 12 of us. As a Beast King, I think this one should be useful to you, Yang Chuan said with a smile. The Beast King thought about it. It was tempted. After all, Yang Chuan didn't ask for much in exchange. He only wanted to resolve a crisis once. That was all. Of course, I won't be so stingy. Exploding beasts are rare, and you don't know much about the world. I will send people here from time to tell you about the world's major events. It will give you a better understanding of the world and the upcoming great era, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. The exploding beast king's eyes lit up. Okay, as you wish, the exploding beast king said seriously. Yang Chuan smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Underworld, Myriad Ghost Domain, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zhongyi entered the palace with a black-robed figure. Holy King, the leader of the Three Yin sect is willing to enter Great Shan as a subject. Zhongyi said respectfully. Three Yin greets the Holy King, the black-robed figure said. Good. Yang Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Holy King, Gui Zhenchou has already given up on the Ghost Torment Weave and moved to other weaves. The Ghost Torment Weave will soon become Great Shan's territory. Only Sect Master Scarlet Sea still doesn't know what's good for him. He's unwilling to move or submit to Great Shan. Three Yin is willing to lead the army and contribute to Great Shan, the leader of the Three Yin sect immediately said. Approved. After the news of zombie Yang Chuan devouring the 12 saints spread, the expansion of Great Shan's domain sped up. The Three Yin domain and Ghost Abuse domain both belonged to Great Shan. The Skeleton Sea domain also sped up. The leader of the Skeleton Sea sect barely held on for a few months. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he fled with some of his followers. At this point, Great Shan's underworld territory had officially expanded into 5 domains. The Myriad Ghost Domain, Revered Heaven Domain, Skeleton Sea Domain, Three Yin Domain, and Ghost Abuse Domain. Chapter 1289. Yang Realm, Xianyang. In the study room, Yang Chuan sat behind a desk with a long-haired man standing in front of him. There was a line of blood between the man's eyebrows, and he carried a long sword on his back. His aura was extremely luxurious. The man held a letter in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked at the letter. Sage Monarch. This is Dugu Potion's letter of challenge. He still thinks that I am Dugu Butian. The man smiled slightly. Dugu Butian is already a thing of the past. The Dugu family of D-Asian is now under your control. You have also read this letter of challenge. What do you think? Yang Chuan smiled faintly. The man was the pavilion master of Heaven Mending Pavilion, Yang Chuan's nephew, Yang Wudi. He was also called Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi pondered for a moment and said, in the letter of challenge, Dugu Potian is extremely arrogant. He said that any place in the world can be his battlefield. As long as I send him a letter, he can defeat me anywhere. He can unify the Dugu family. What do you think? Yang Chuan smiled. Sage Monarch, you have led me into the heavenly secrets for 5,000 years. I already have enough foundation. Moreover, this heaven-mending sword of yours contains all of the foundation of the old patriarch, Dugu Butian. I am confident that I can defeat him, Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Oh! In the past, Dugu Potian fought the sage Hua Zuntian and was unable to win. I am confident that my strength is not weaker than the current sage. I can fight him. However, the location. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Location? In that case, I will accompany you to the Dugu family. Wouldn't it be better? Yang Chuan smiled. Yes. Dugu Wudi replied. Moreover, I also want to use this opportunity to verify something. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said. Oh! Dugu Butian, Dugu Potian? I can understand that he is called Butian, but why did he change his name to Potian? It is not that I am curious, but this name is too strange. Many people who change their names use their name to show their ambition. His ambition, Potian? Destroy the world. The Dugu clan had the 9 swords range. In other words, there were 9 bloodlines. However, the other bloodlines all supported heaven crushing, and in the end gave up on heaven mending, which belonged to the clan lord's bloodline. Old Master used mending the heavens to show his sincerity, and called it Dugu mending the heavens. Dugu Potian was indeed strange. The Sage King suspects that Dugu Potian knows something, said Dugu Wudi gravely. That's right. Since the beginning of the first epoch, Some people have mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps he was dead, but was it really just internal friction? Internal friction? Only heroes would climb to the peak, the experts becoming more and more powerful. However, this world would become weaker and weaker. It was extremely abnormal. I think they are hiding in the dark, just like the explosive Beast Kings and the Rock Kings. They had a common goal. However, I have no choice but to wait for the right time, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. What does that have to do with heaven crushing? Dugu Wudi asked in a deep voice. The Lotus God attacked 1,000,000 years ago and destroyed the world. The sun of the netherworld collapsed, the sky died, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. However, the old races like the Rock Kings never appeared. Do they not care about the world and the common people? You have to know that the world exists in the void. If the world collapsed, all living beings would be annihilated. Even so, none of these people came out to stop the Lotus God. Is the Lotus God really invincible? The Lotus God had yet to transcend back then. He had yet to become immortal. If these old fellows came out, they might have been able to stop the Lotus God. However, none of them did. Why? Yang Chuan asked gravely. They don't care about the world collapsing? Dugu Wudi asked gravely. Yes. This is what I don't understand the most. They are also born of the world. Why don't they care about the world's safety? The world gave birth to all living beings, and the world is the foundation of their survival. Yet, they don't care. Perhaps Dugu Potian knows. Yang Chuan said gravely. Sage King, you are far-sighted. Dugu Wudi said after taking a deep breath. It is not that I am far-sighted, but I do feel that something is amiss. After all, in the Great Thousand Realms, during the era of Hong Jun fought against the entire world alone. However, Hong Jun can only hide in the shadows here. Or rather, he only dares to hide in the shadows. What is it that makes someone as arrogant as Hong Jun cower in the shadows? Yang Chuan asked gravely. Dugu Wudi did not know about Hong Jun's past, but he could feel Yang Chuan's seriousness. You should prepare first. Soon, I will follow you to the Dugu clan, Yang Chuan said gravely. Millimeter. Dugu Wudi nodded. Half a month later, in the upper study Yin Hentian, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Jin Dayu returned. Sage King, the Divine Sword Domain, the East Sword Domain, the South Sword Domain, the West Sword Domain, and the North Sword Domain are now on the right track. Minister Li is in charge of everything. Everything is going according to plan. We have completely returned to Great Zhun, Yin Hentian said with a smile. Sage King, the cities have been conquered. We will return first. Meng Tian said with a smile. Good. You have returned just in time. This time, follow me to the South Outer Continent. Yang Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes. Everyone replied. Meow, are you going out again? I want to go too. Meow popped out of nowhere. Why are you here? Yang Chuan asked curiously. Meow, Sister Afang asked me to inform you. She said that Blind Kong is here again. Meow said. Oh. Yang Chuan's expression changed. Under Meow's lead, Yang Chuan led a group of people out of the upper study room. At the entrance of a large hall, Zhao Afang received Blind Kong and his group. Blind Kong, Kong Aotian, Pan Sheng, and a group of Blind Kong's subordinates. Yang Di, we are here to disturb you again. Blind Kong smiled slightly. It's fine. It's my honor to have you all here. Please come in. Yang Chuan smiled. No, I am in a hurry to go back. Come, I just want to say a few words to Yang Di. I will leave immediately. Blind Kong took a deep breath. Oh. Yang Chuan was puzzled. In the past, I told Yang Di that a great era was about to arrive. Hehe, perhaps I underestimated this great era too much. It is coming faster and bigger than I imagined. Blind Kong sighed slightly. What do you mean? Our first world, the Great Evil World, the Great Kindness World, and the Great Thousand World. The latter three were the three corpses that were killed by my first world. I wonder if Yang Di has heard of it. Blind Kong said in a low voice. I have heard of it. Yang Chuan said solemnly. The four great worlds may be undergoing a great change. Therefore, many experts will appear one after another. The heavenly path will be replenished much faster than expected. The entire world is likely to experience a great cleansing. Who knows how many people will die in this cleansing? How many families and races will fall? Blind Kong said in a low voice. How do you know? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. The Boulder tribe. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Oh! In the face of this great cleansing, even the leader of the Boulder tribe is afraid. He is worried that his tribe will be wiped out, let alone my Kong family. I am here today to ask Yang Di to come to the Kong family as soon as possible, Blind Kong said solemnly. The heavenly seeking token? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Yang Di should bring the heavenly seeking token. That is a great treasure of the Kong family, right? The heavenly seeking token is the key to the Kong family's rise. The sooner you open it, the more benefits you will receive. Yang Di, this treasure belongs to the Kong family in the end. Please don't think of monopolizing it. The Kong family guarantees that once we open the treasure of our entire family, we will repay you to the best of our ability, Blind Kong said solemnly. Yang Chuan frowned slightly. He looked at Blind Kong and fell silent for a while. I think Yang Di is not the kind of person who can't tell right from wrong. Moreover, Yang Di has his own pride, Blind Kong said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Yang Chuan finally nodded and said, I will be heading south. Soon, I will arrive at the Kong family. Thank you, Yang Di. Blind Kong bowed solemnly. Yang Chuan nodded. We will go back to make arrangements and wait for Yang Di's arrival. Farewell. Blind Kong said again. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Blind Kong led a group of people and quickly retreated. Yang Chuan watched the group of people leave. Kong family's treasure? Yin Hentian frowned. Yin Hentian, do you know anything about the Kong family? Yang Chuan asked. After all, among the people here, only Yin Hentian had memories of the Third Era. Although his memories were few, he had more right to speak than the others. Yin Hentian frowned and pondered for a while, as if he was recalling something. After a while, Yin Hentian said, I have some memories, but not much. Oh, Kong family. In the Third Era, when my ancestor sealed the memories in my bloodline, the Kong family was very powerful. The number one family in the world. Yin Hentian said in a low voice. The number one family in the world. Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, this family had countless experts and also a large number of branches. Among them, one branch established the number one heavenly court, and another branch established the number one dojo in the world. Yin Hentian frowned. Number one heavenly court, number one dojo? Yang Chuan was surprised. Yes, the information I have about the Third Era is limited, but that is the truth. The Kong family pursued excellence and was the most indelible family in the Third Era. This family was too powerful. Yin Hentian sighed. Meow, is the Kong family that powerful? How did it decline to such an extent? Meow was puzzled. This, I don't know. However, since it is the Kong family's treasure, it must be extraordinary. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Kong family? Yang Chuan took a deep breath. Meow, Yang Chuan, are you going to the southern continent immediately and then go to the Kong family? I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. Meow suddenly thought of something and jumped non-stop. Zhao Arfang looked at Yang Chuan with a look of anticipation. Zhao Arfang, Yin Hentian, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, and Meow, follow me. We will depart for the southern continent in 3 days, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The group of fierce generals shouted excitedly. Meow. Meow also cried out happily. In 3 days, Yang Chuan quickly arranged everything. On the third day, a group of people stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and headed towards the south. As for Dugu Wudi, he secretly went ahead and met up with the dragon carriage in the southern continent. Chapter 1290. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent. Yang Chuan's dragon chariot finally arrived after several months of travel. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and endless auspicious clouds surrounded them. Auspicious qi soared into the sky, accompanied by heavenly music and a strange fragrance. Everyone understood that another heavenly Tao had been mended. Meow, another one? There are only 10 left. Meow stood on Yang Chuan's shoulder and frowned. Zhao Arfang took a deep breath and said, every time the heavenly Tao is mended, the number of days will become more complicated. It will also become more difficult to deduce. Sage ruler, the void is also becoming more and more solid. If we want to shatter the void, we will need more power, Bai Qi said. 10 heavenly Tao. According to the current speed, it will take at most 1 year. After 1 year, heaven and earth will be mended, Yang Chuan said. Sage ruler, the Dugu family is in front. What are we going to do? Yin Hentian asked curiously. Watch the battle, Yang Chuan said seriously. Watch the battle? Everyone was puzzled. Dugu family. It was a boundless inland sea with countless islands on it. From afar, one could see cultivators flying in and out with swords on their backs. There was a huge island in the center. It was sword-shaped, and there were countless palaces at the sword hilt. Stop! Bai Qi shouted loudly. Roar! Roar! The 5 dragons roared and stopped. A row of figures appeared in front of the 5 dragons' chariot, blocking everyone. They were all dressed in black robes. They were very mysterious. Greetings, sage ruler, everyone said respectfully. Are you ready? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes. The leader of the black-robed men said seriously. Then let's begin, Yang Chuan said directly. Yes, sir. The leader replied. He waved his hand, and a black-robed subordinate quickly flew to the huge island in the distance. Yang Chuan led everyone and landed on a mountain peak not far away. The 5 dragons' chariot was left in the valley. Everyone looked at the huge island in the distance. Dugu family, the number 1 swordsmanship family. It wasn't that the people of this clan were strong, but that the people of this clan were born to use swords, as if they were born to use swords. Even though they were both studying the same thing, sword cultivators were always much stronger than outsiders. In the outer southern continent, he had a great reputation. Patriarch Hall, 9 Swords Hall. Dugu Potian sat in the main seat. There were 9 thrones in front of him, and there was a person sitting on each of them. All of them had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a heroic spirit. Dugu Potian took a deep breath and said, another heavenly Tao. There are only 10 left. That's right, Patriarch. Heaven and earth are about to be completed. Unfortunately, back then in the underworld, we weren't able to seize the position of a saint, a man said with a frown. Dugu Potian said solemnly, back then, the battle between Hua Zuntian and I wasn't a lose-lose situation. Oh! Everyone looked at Dugu Potian in confusion. Hua Zuntian and I fought in the depths of the stars, but because we disturbed an old monster from who knows where, we were injured by that old monster. Dugu Potian said in a deep voice. What? Patriarch, you're saying that in the depths of the stars, someone injured you and Hua Zuntian at the same time? A man said in surprise. Dugu Potian nodded. Who? How can there be such a powerful figure in the world? Dugu Potian recalled and said, there is indeed someone. He's very strong. At that time, on a star, that person was sitting at the peak of a mountain with Butterfly Queen, drinking tea and admiring the moon. He said that Hua Zuntian and I disturbed his mood. I heard him say that his surname is Miao. Miao. Is there a strong Miao clan in this world? I don't think I've heard of it. Everyone recalled in surprise. That's right. It's not that I haven't heard of it, but the ancient records of my Dugu family are all sealed in that heaven-mending sword. If we can open the information in that sword, perhaps we will know more. Dugu Potian said in a deep voice. Heaven-mending sword? Patriarch, now that the person has been found, and he has a deep relationship with Diasian, why don't we go? Can we just send a letter of challenge? What if he doesn't accept the challenge? A man said worriedly. Dugu Potian's face was cold and gloomy. I will force him out. At most, I will wait for a year. After a year, if Dugu Butian doesn't send any news, I will personally go to Xianyang City. Patriarch, it seems like you will definitely go to Xianyang City. Dugu Butian was not your opponent in the past, and now he is definitely far from being your opponent. He will definitely hide in his shell. Patriarch, you think too highly of Dugu Butian. His lineage is extremely pedantic, and they only think about the heaven-mending Tao. How can they have the time to sharpen their sword skills? While everyone was talking in the main hall, a commotion suddenly came from outside the hall. How dare you? You dare to barge into the Dugu family? By the order of the Patriarch, we will honor the promise of the traitor Dugu Butian and start another family war to re-establish the sovereignty of the Dugu family. A clear voice sounded in the sky. Boom! This explosive shout instantly caused an uproar on all the surrounding islands. In the Nine Swords Hall, the faces of Dugu Butian and the others suddenly sank. He's here. Everyone was surprised. Dugu Butian stepped out of the main hall. More and more disciples of the Dugu family gathered in the surroundings. Dugu Butian saw a black-robed man in the sky with a glance. You are Dugu Butian? Dugu Butian asked in a deep voice. I am the Nine Swords lineage master. Dugu Butian, the Patriarch has agreed to your request. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Nine Swords lineage master? Someone beside Dugu Butian said solemnly. Agreed. Where is he? Where is Dugu Butian? Dugu Butian asked in a deep voice. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said, the Patriarch is not called Dugu Butian. He is called Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi? Ha ha ha, he is not called Butian anymore. Dugu Butian laughed in surprise. The Patriarch's thoughts are not something a traitor like you can understand. The Patriarch has agreed to your request for battle. The location is here. The place where the previous Patriarch was defeated. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, you have some courage. The pride of the Dugu family has not been lost. You will stand up from where you fell. Where is he? When? Dugu Butian asked with a smile. The Patriarch is on the other side of the sea. We are waiting for you to recover and reach your peak condition. Then, we will begin immediately, the black-robed man said. Whoosh. Everyone turned their heads to look at the other side of the sea. Indeed, Yang Chuan's group and a group of black-robed men stood at the summit of a distant mountain peak. There's no need to wait. Dugu Wudi, come out. Dugu Butian shouted. Boom. The entire sea was filled with raging waves. At the summit of a distant mountain peak, Dugu Wudi stood at Yang Chuan's side. When Dugu Wudi heard the distant shout, he looked at Yang Chuan. Go, then. We will keep an eye on the others for you. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Dugu Wudi nodded. Dugu Wudi stepped forward and flew out. In the distance, the messenger quickly flew back. Soon, he flew across the sea and returned to Yang Chuan's side. Bai Qi and the others looked at these black-robed men curiously. Everyone understood that these were the elites of Heaven Mending Pavilion. However, the officials in the public did not know much about the hidden Heaven Mending Pavilion. Dugu Wudi slowly flew over the sea. Wherever he flew, the surging sea instantly calmed down. It was as if there was a power that flattened the entire sea. In the distance, Dugu Butian's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, all of you, stand guard here. Yes. Everyone answered. Dugu Butian stepped forward and flew over the sea. Dugu Wudi and Dugu Butian were far away. You are Dugu Wudi? Are you hiding because you can't see anyone? Dugu Butian sneered. If you have the ability, then lift my black robe yourself. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. Good. As expected of the former Heaven Mending faction, Dugu Butian sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly saw the sword on Dugu Wudi's back. Heaven Mending sword? Dugu Butian narrowed his eyes. Sheeing. Heaven Mending sword suddenly flew into Dugu Wudi's hand. It's great that you can bring it here. After you are defeated, I will leave a place for you in the Dugu family. Dugu Butian said in a deep voice. Heh. You want to merge with us? Dugu Wudi said coldly. You should know that the world is about to change. My Dugu family doesn't have much time left. We must merge. Dugu Potian said in a deep voice. Not much time? What do you mean not much time? Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. You don't understand? Dugu Potian said in surprise. What do I need to understand? Tell me clearly. Also, why did the 9 Swords branch betray the family head and join you? Is it because of your strength? Dugu Wudi questioned. However, Dugu Potian revealed a trace of doubt when Dugu Wudi questioned him. You actually don't know? You haven't reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal? Dugu Potian suddenly sneered. What do you mean? The original Dugu Butian should have known. However, he was an incomparably stubborn madman. The heavenly Tao collapsed, but he still wanted to mend the heavenly Tao. He had no choice but to be rejected by my Dugu family. However, he didn't tell you the reason? Ha 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 ha. You can't possibly think that is right, right? Dugu Potian laughed strangely. 6th level of Ancestral Immortal? That's right. The memories in your bloodline should have let you know when you reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. However, you actually don't know. It seems that you still haven't reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. You are no match for me. Surrender. Dugu Potian said in a deep voice. The memories sealed in the Dugu family's bloodline? Is it related to your heaven crushing? What exactly is it? Dugu Wudi shouted again. The mission of my Dugu family is not to mend the heavens, but to destroy the heavens. He was completely wrong back then, yet he stubbornly continued to mend the heavens. Humph. Bloodline memories? What exactly are they? Dugu Wudi continued to ask. Dugu Potian raised his eyebrows. Looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You haven't even reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal, yet you dare to be impudent before me? Come, if you can remain undefeated under my sword, I'll tell you. Dugu Wudi did not hesitate. He instantly stabbed out with the Heaven Mend sword. Boom. A white astral sword suddenly streaked through the void and charged towards Dugu Potian. Where the astral sword passed, the sea below suddenly split into 2 huge waves. It advanced courageously towards Dugu Potian. Dugu Potian's eyes narrowed. You have some skills. He turned his long sword, and a black astral sword shot towards the Heaven Mend sword. 2 astral swords, one black and one white, collided on the surface of the sea. Boom. Chapter 1291. Netherworld, Southern Outer Continent. In a densely forested area. The fog was thick, and ghosts were scattered around. Stepping into the forest, one would feel a chill wind invading their body. It was extremely eerie. Blind Kong and his group slowly made their way through the forest. Senior Blind Kong, why is your Kong family hiding in such a dark place? Pan Sheng frowned. It's the same reason why your Rock family is hiding in the easternmost part of the Yang realm. Blind Kong smiled. Wait, there's something in front. Kong Outian raised his eyebrows. Kong Outian was about to rush forward. Outian, don't move. Blind Kong suddenly said in a low voice. Kong Outian frowned, but he understood that Blind Kong was worried that something might happen to him. A few subordinates quickly went over, and soon a voice was heard. Ancestor, it's a member of my Kong family, but... Blind Kong and the others quickly walked over. They saw several corpses lying on the ground. Something happened at home? Blind Kong raised his eyebrows. Blind Kong reached out and touched one of the corpses. Buzz. The corpse suddenly emitted a green light, and then a ball of light emerged from its head. It was a soul. The soul was in a daze. What happened to me? I'm dead. The soul suddenly said in fear. Speak, what happened? Blind Kong said in a low voice. Ancestor, it's Hierarch Yuhai. He killed us, and he wants to find out where my Kong family is. We would rather die than submit, so... The soul said sadly. Child, you did well. The Kong family is proud of you. Blind Kong comforted. Hierarch Yuhai? Hierarch Yuhai? Isn't that bronze coffin great sage's teacher? Kong Aotian's expression changed. Hierarch Yu Hai is here because of Bronze Coffin Great Sage's death. Blind Kong frowned. It's all Yang Chuan's fault. If it weren't for the sky-burying coffin, we wouldn't have had to fight to the death with Bronze Coffin Great Sage. Now, we even provoked Hierarch Yu Hai. This is bad. Kong Aotian suddenly shouted. Enough. Blind Kong stopped Kong Aotian from continuing. Ancestor, you don't have to protect Yang Chuan. He's a jinx. If it weren't for him, why would there be so much trouble? That's Hierarch Yu Hai we're talking about. Rumor has it that in the past, even Reverend Heaven and Sage would bow to him as a junior when they see him. Our Kong clan is still weak right now, so we thought we could do it without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that we still ended up provoking him? It's all Yang Chuan's fault. It's all Yang Chuan's fault. Kong Aotian said anxiously. Proud Heaven, stop talking. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Ancestor, can I not say it? Back then, I was the last to kill the Copper Coffin Great Sage, so Sect Master Yu Hai would definitely come for revenge. It's all Yang Chuan's fault. He wanted the heaven-burying coffin and the Kong clan's heaven-seeking token. It's all his fault. Kong Aotian's face twisted. Shut up. Even if anyone from the Kong clan dies, it won't be your turn, Blind Kong said in a low voice. Kong Aotian's face was still filled with resentment, but he did not dare to say anything. Blind Kong slowly sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a glassy wheel appeared. The wheel spun slowly, and streams of light enveloped Blind Kong. After a long while, Blind Kong took a deep breath and stood up. How's the Kong clan? Kong Aotian asked worriedly. The Kong clan has suffered some casualties, but fortunately, the clan leader is wise. He brought his people and moved them away. However, the Kong clan is indeed in danger this time. Apart from Hierarch Yu Hai, there are other experts here, Blind Kong said in a low voice. Ah! It seems like Hierarch Yu Hai and these people aren't here for the heaven-burying coffin. They're here for the Kong clan's treasure. TMPH, how can we allow others to lay their hands on the Kong clan's treasure? Blind Kong snorted coldly. Senior Blind Kong, don't worry. With me around, no one can hurt you. I promised the clan leader, Pan Sheng immediately said. Millimeter. Blind Kong nodded. Let's meet up with the clan leader first and make arrangements as soon as possible. We'll wait for Yang Chuan to arrive. Yang Realm, Outer Southern Continent. Outside the Dugu clan. Dugu Wudi and Dugu Potion's swords clashed. Boom. The seawater in the entire sea was blasted into the sky. Repair the heavens with a sword. Dugu Wudi shouted. Whoosh. A gust of cold air shot out from the sword, spreading in all directions. The seawater that was soaring into the sky froze instantly, turning into huge icicles that shot into the sky. No, you're already at the sixth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? Did you lie to me just now? Dugu Potian shouted angrily. Dugu Wudi's sword was definitely not something anyone below the sixth heaven could execute. Dugu Potian naturally thought that he had been tricked. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the long sword in his hand suddenly exploded with billions of sword chi. Boom! A storm of sword chi suddenly swept up in all directions. The sword chi wreaked havoc and spread in all directions. The originally frozen sea was instantly shattered by the raging sword chi. Beside Yang Chuan, everyone watched solemnly. Some of the sword chi even seeped into Yang Chuan. Whoosh! He waved his sleeves. The three swords of Jade Emperor, God, and Grand Emperor flew out. The three swords' bodies shook and turned into human form. Greetings, Master, the three swords said respectfully. Yang Chuan nodded. The three swords turned their heads to look at the vast storm of sword chi. Countless sword chi rushed over, but in front of the three swords, they were automatically annihilated. Good sword skill, the Grand Emperor said solemnly. The storm of sword chi has such a pattern. This person's sword Dao is already minute. Jade Emperor said solemnly. Master, who are these two people fighting? God asked curiously. Yang Chuan took a deep breath and said, don't care who they are. Learn from their strengths to make up for your weaknesses. Yes. The three deities answered. Meow, I can't see inside. It's all sword chi, black and white. The battle between these two is so boring. Meow shook its head. God, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor were speechless. The three of them felt that the battle in front of them was too exciting. Solitary sword. Dugu Wudi's shout came from inside. Solitary sword. Dugu Potion's voice also came from inside. A huge sword light shot out. It was incomparably dazzling. Even through the endless sword chi, one could see a sharp light shooting out from inside. It instantly formed two heavenly swords that slashed in two directions. Wherever the two heavenly swords passed, they were unparalleled. Within 10,000 miles, there were two vast earth trenches on the ground. The two of them were clearly using the sword skills of the Dugu family. Good, the essence of the Dugu family is these 9 swords. Let me see how much you've learned. Dugu Potion's voice came from inside. Solitary 2 swords. Solitary 2 swords. Boom. 4 huge heavenly swords shot out in 4 directions. Solitary 3 swords. Solitary 4 swords. Boom. The original sword chi suddenly doubled in size and spread out in all directions. Large amounts of sword chi rushed towards Yang Chuan and the rest. However, with the 3 deities present, all the sword chi turned invisible. Sage King, the disciples of the Dugu family in the distance still respect this battle. None of them came forward. Bai Chi said. That's for the best. It saves us the trouble of fighting. Yang Chuan nodded. Just like that, 2 hours later, endless sword chi shot out. It was difficult to determine the outcome. How is this possible? Your strength has actually surpassed the 7th level of ancestral immortal. Dugu Potian said solemnly. Humph, solitary 5 swords. Solitary 6 swords. Haha, kid, you actually have the strength of an 8th level of ancestral immortal? Dugu Potian laughed loudly. Boom. Sword chi shot out. The battle inside became more and more fierce. The sound of swords clashing made everyone anxious. Solitary 7 swords. Dugu Wudi shouted. What? Boom. There was another sound of collision. Kid, you are indeed a sword genius. As expected of a descendant of the Dugu family. Ha ha ha, you can actually unleash the might of a 9th level of ancestral immortal. This is your limit, right? I can see that. If that's all, you've lost. That's because I've already cultivated the solitary 8 swords. Dugu Potian shouted. Not good. Bai Chi's face sank. Yang Chuan also narrowed his eyes. Sage King, Dugu Wudi seems to have reached his limit. Grand Emperor said anxiously. Sage King, do we need to help? Jade Emperor immediately asked. Yang Chuan shook his head. Wait a little longer. Dugu 8 swords, break for me. Dugu Potion's loud shout rang out. Boom. The sword chi that was originally surrounding everyone exploded with a loud bang and disappeared in an instant. Everyone immediately saw what was inside. Dugu Potian was in the sky. He stabbed down with a sword aura. The sword aura had 16 blades. It was as if the axes of 8 swords had overlapped, leaving 16 blades. From the sky, it looked like a sword-shaped giant flower was charging towards Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi's heaven-mending sword formed a sword aura that crashed into the sky. Boom. The 2 sword auras were heavily injured, and the void exploded. However, Dugu Potian was better. He stabbed down bit by bit, and Dugu Wudi's sword aura was shattered bit by bit. Dugu Potion's sword aura got closer and closer to Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi was surrounded by a blood mist. His surging aura caused the surrounding space to tremble. He was wrapped in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, Yang Chuan knew that Dugu Wudi had reached his limit. He was surrounded by a blood mist. It was obvious that he had used a super divine art. Under the black robe was a head of blood hair. Under such circumstances, he still couldn't defeat Dugu Potian. Dugu Potion's abilities are on par with mine, Bai Chi said with a frown. Dugu Wudi is about to lose. Meng Tian said solemnly. Meow, should we go and help? Meow asked anxiously. Yang Chuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly said, no, the situation has changed. Oh! Everyone looked over. They saw a ray of white light emerge from Dugu Wudi's black robe. A huge heavenly Tao projection suddenly appeared around Dugu Wudi. However, there were countless cracks on this projection. It was a broken heavenly Tao. Rumble. The cracks on the broken heavenly Tao were mending one after another. Mending the heavenly Tao? Mending the heavenly Tao at this time? Meow said in surprise. High in the sky, Dugu Potion's expression also changed. Bastard, Dugu Wudi, you're still so stubborn. You're still thinking about mending the heavens? You're going against my Dugu family's ancestral teachings. Die for me. Dugu Potian shouted. Boom. The huge 16-edged sword aura erupted with boundless might again. It tore through the void and destroyed Dugu Wudi. At this moment, Dugu Potion's heavenly Tao mended faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, white light illuminated the surroundings. Boom. The last crack was mended with a loud bang. The heavenly Tao seed that Dugu Potian left behind back then had finally fully matured. Rumble. Rolling auspicious clouds and auspicious chi soared into the sky. Heavenly music drifted in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Endless virtue surged into Dugu Wudi's body. At the same time, the newly mended heavenly Tao entered Dugu Wudi's body. Dugu 9 swords. Dugu Wudi suddenly roared. Boom. The heavenly Tao behind him suddenly split into two. One of them suddenly slashed down vertically. It was as if the entire heavenly Tao had turned into a long sword. A colossal sword aura that could destroy heaven and earth slashed toward Dugu Potian. Ah! Chapter 1292. Boom. The heavenly Tao that Dugu Wudi had just replenished suddenly borrowed boundless energy. The Dugu 9 swords and boundless weapons slashed at Dugu Potian. As the sword descended, an unrivaled aura of weapons spread out in the air. A huge sword-shaped lotus flower bloomed around Dugu Wudi. A vast might slashed down. Dugu Potion's Dugu 8 swords could not hold on. Boom. The manifested swords exploded, charging at Dugu Potian with unstoppable momentum. Ah! Dugu Potian screamed. Boom. The huge sword that looked like a heavenly Tao slashed down, creating a huge crack in the world. As the sword slashed down, the sea below shattered into countless pieces. A huge trench hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide appeared, showing the tyranny of this sword strike. Dugu Potian was slashed into the trench by the sword strike. Weapon? Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. It doesn't look like it. The weapon heavenly vein? Zhao Afang exclaimed in shock. Meow. What is the weapon heavenly vein? Meow asked curiously. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were 3,000 heavenly Taos. Among them, there were 9 special heavenly Taos called heavenly veins. The other heavenly Taos were subordinate to these 9 heavenly veins. It was like these 9 heavenly veins were monarchs, and the other heavenly Taos were subjects. They were Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. Anyone who controls a heavenly vein is no weaker than an ordinary great Tao. Originally, I thought that this was not the case in the first world, but Yang Chuan said seriously, Holy King, this does look like the weapon heavenly vein of the Great Thousand Realms. Bai Qi suddenly said with certainty. Looks like. You think so too? Yang Chuan frowned and pondered. At the side, Yin Hentian said gravely, Holy King, looks like? Perhaps it is. Oh! The Great Evil World, Great Kindness World, and Greater Thousand World were all created by the First World. That is to say, many of them are similar to the First World. Of course, there are definitely some differences. However, in essence, the other 3 worlds are all clones of the First World. Whatever the Greater Thousand World has, the First World will also have. At most, there will be some changes. Yang Chuan's pupils constricted. Immediately reacted. In other words, this is the most primitive weapon's heavenly vein. Weapons are the main weapon of the heavens. When I was in the vast thousand realms, I once obtained a weapon Tao lead and gave it to him. At that time, the weapon Tao lead was a heaven-splitting axe. The heaven-opening axe that could open up a small world. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Yang Chuan said solemnly. What Dugu Potian said just now was that the Dugu family's bloodline had a mission of breaking the heavens and not mending the heavens. However, the old family head insisted on mending the heavens. In fact, it wasn't because he didn't care about the ancestral teachings in his bloodline, nor was it because he was stubborn. It was because he finally understood the true intentions of his ancestors. His ancestors' intentions were to obtain the heavenly armament vein. That is the true meaning of breaking the heavens. Zhao Afang raised his eyebrows. In the vast thousand realms, there are 9 heavenly veins: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The heavenly path that I control, the head of the 1,000 suns, might be one of them. I once suspected it, but it was different from the vast 1,000 realms, so I didn't think about it. Now, if this is the heavenly armament vein, then mine is also a heavenly vein. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Miao, then which is the head of the 1,000 suns? Miao asked curiously. Qian. Yang Chuan said after taking a deep breath. The Qian heavenly vein? Qian? Why is it so far behind? Miao asked curiously. Yang Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Each of the 9 heavenly veins has its own mysteries. There is no distinction between the front and the back. Miao, fine. You can flatter yourself. Miao. By the way, was there nothing else in the vast 1,000 realms other than these 9 heavenly veins? Miao asked curiously. There was also the 6 paths of reincarnation, Zhao Afang said. 6 paths of reincarnation? Yin Hentian asked with a frown. What's wrong? Everyone asked curiously. King Sage, this is different from the vast 1,000 realms. In the first realm, according to my ancestors' memory, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation, Yin Hentian said with a frown. Oh! According to my ancestors' memory, there are 60 paths of reincarnation in this realm, Yin Hentian said. 60? Zhao Afang was shocked. Yes. Yin Hentian confirmed. Everyone frowned slightly. In the distance, after Dugu Wudi's sword, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Family head. No. Family head. The disciples of the Dugu family burst into Jiaohu. Bai Qi and the rest waited solemnly. However, the Dugu family still had their pride and did not charge into the battle. Cough 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 cough. Coughing sounds could be heard from the depths of the earth trench. Dugu Potian, who was covered in wounds and blood, slowly climbed out of the earth trench. He had climbed out. This was because Dugu Potian did not have any strength left and his face was covered in blood. He looked furious. The Dugu 9 swords. You've finally mastered it. You've won. Cough cough cough. Dugu Potian said unwillingly as he coughed up blood. The weapon heavenly vein behind Dugu Wudi disappeared. All right, Dugu Potian. Fulfill your promise. Dugu Wudi said gravely. Unwillingness flashed in Dugu Potian's eyes as he said, You won. Even without me saying anything, you have the right to take control of the family. Unexpectedly, I, Dugu Potian, schemed for so many times, but in the end, it all came to nothing. Ha 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 ha. Dugu Potian's face was filled with bitterness. It's not just that. I want to know the message in your bloodline. Why is your name Potian? Why do you want to break the heavens? Heaven and earth gave birth to you and nurtured you, nurturing all living beings. You do not think of repaying heaven and earth but only want to break the heavens? Dugu Wudi said. Dugu Wudi, are you messing with me? You can defeat me, so how could you not know? Dugu Potian thought that Dugu Wudi was humiliating him. Fulfill your promise. Dugu Wudi said once more. Bullshit. Every member of the Dugu clan is at the 6th firmament of ancestral immortal realm. Heaven and earth are in operation. After severing the 3 corpses, heaven and earth are recuperating. Once it's fully recuperated, it will fuse the 3 corpses again, and the 4 realms will become one. At that time, everyone in the Dugu clan will die. Completely obliterated. How could you not know? Dugu Potian said hatefully. What? 4 realms becoming one? Dugu Wudi's expression changed. HMPH. My Dugu clan wants to destroy this unification. It's called breaking the heavens. Yet, you are helping to mend the heavens. Are you trying to wipe out my entire clan? You still have the face to ask me? Dugu Potian rebuked angrily. In the distance, the expressions of Yang Chuan's group changed as well. They seemed to have grasped something. 4 realms becoming one? After the unification, the Dugu clan would be obliterated? What did that mean? Only the Dugu clan, or everyone? Breaking the heavens? Breaking the heavenly Tao, causing this world to become incomplete. Was that the Dugu clan's mission? Also, those old monsters hidden in this world did not stop the Lotus Goddess when she destroyed this world. Was that related? Did they allow her to destroy it? Did they not want the world to be restored? But, if there was no world, then apart from transcendence, all living beings would perish. If those old monsters really did not want the world to be restored in the past, then why did they come out now and want to restore it? There were too many doubts. Yang Chuan felt that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Dugu Potian, 4 realms becoming one and the Dugu clan being obliterated. What do you mean? Yang Chuan suddenly shouted. In the distance, Dugu Wudi also shouted, "Speak." Dugu Potian fell to the ground. He looked at Yang Chuan in the distance, then at Dugu Wudi. How could you not know? The ancestor's message was vague, but he told us to remember that we must stop the world from becoming stronger. When necessary, we can damage it. As long as one is at the 6th level of ancestral immortal realm, this memory will be unlocked. Unless. Dugu Potion's expression changed. Unless, you are not a disciple of the Dugu clan. Who are you? You are not Dugu Wudi? Dugu Potian cried out in alarm. The complexions of the Dugu family's experts changed when they heard this scream. Boom! A group of experts charged straight at them. Who are you? You pretended to be a disciple of our Dugu clan and stole the heaven-mending sword? The Dugu clan's experts all stepped forward and shouted. Apart from the Dugu clan's patriarch, the Dugu clan also had 9 peerless experts from the 9 Swords branch. At that moment, they all rushed over and stared at Dugu Wudi. The heaven-mending sword was the symbol of the patriarch. It also sealed many things of the Dugu clan. If the person in front of them was a member of the Dugu clan, then so be it. But if he wasn't, then they had to take back the heaven-mending sword. Boom! In the distance, Yang Chuan's group also stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, Yang Chuan's group stood behind Dugu Wudi. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu all emitted soaring auras. Meow! Meow shouted, and a large number of heavenly Daos vaguely appeared in the void. They all looked coldly at the people in front of them. Stop! Dugu Potian shouted. Patriarch! Everyone looked at Dugu Potian. Help me up! Dugu Potian shouted. With the help of an expert from the Dugu clan, Dugu Potian stood up. Who are you? Dugu Wudi? How did you get the inheritance of the heaven-mending sword? If it wasn't for the permission of the previous patriarch, you definitely wouldn't be able to connect with it. Who are you? Dugu Potian said in a deep voice. In the past, I was once the adopted son of the Dugu clan. Later, I got the inheritance of Dugu Butian and became the patriarch. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. As expected, you're not a member of the Dugu clan. Dugu Butian? He's old and muddle-headed. He actually let an outsider be the patriarch. Outsider? Instantly, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. The heaven-mending sword is my clan's keepsake. Please return it to me, Dugu Potian said in a deep voice. Impossible. I'm the patriarch of the Dugu clan. This sword is also my sword. If you want to take it, you'll have to step over my dead body, Dugu Wudi said coldly. Bastard! The group of Dugu clan disciples shouted angrily. Endless sword Dao ferocious Qi rushed towards Dugu Wudi. Bang! The auras of Bai Qi, the 3 emperors, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Dayu also rushed over. The auras of the 2 sides collided, and an intense explosion resounded in the sky. Bang! The sky shook. Cough! 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 Dugu Potian spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch. Everyone looked anxiously at Dugu Potian. Let them go. Dugu Potian said in a deep voice. What? Dugu Wudi, remember this. The heaven-mending sword belongs to my Dugu family. I can't stop you this time, but there will be a day when I will take back the heaven-mending sword. Dugu Potian shouted. Chapter 1293. The dragon carriage traveled through the southern outer continent. Boom. Another loud sound came from the sky. Another heavenly Tao has been mended. Meow. Meow looked at the sky in surprise. Yang Chuan looked at the black-robed man, Dugu Wudi. Thank you, Sage King, for not pursuing the Dugu family. Dugu Wudi said respectfully. The black-robed men behind him were all grateful. Even though the Dugu clan is divided, it's still a single entity in the end. Now that you have the strength to contend against Dugu Potian, I won't ask any more questions. You can deal with it on your own. Yes. Cough. Dugu Wudi coughed. You're injured. Heh, it's fine. Before the heavenly Tao was mended, I was no match for Dugu Potian and suffered some injuries. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. Dugu Wudi smiled bitterly. Millimeter. Dugu family, Nine-Sword Hall. A group of peerless experts of the Dugu family stood guard for Dugu Potian. Dugu Potian sat cross-legged in the hall, meditating. After more than 10 days, he slowly opened his eyes. Patriarch, are you all right? Everyone asked worriedly. Much better. Dugu Potian nodded. But Patriarch, why did you let them go that day? Why did you let them go? It's not like we can't get the heaven-mending sword. An expert frowned. Dugu Potian shook his head and said, You can't stop Yang Chuan's group. Why? The 9 of us are all 8th firmament ancestral immortals. Everyone said anxiously. You've been in seclusion all this time, ignoring the news of the world. Do you know that Yang Chuan has just eaten 12 sages? Dugu Potian said bitterly. What? Eaten? 12 sages? That's impossible. Where did so many sages come from? Everyone exclaimed. Do you still remember the phenomenon not long ago? Dark clouds covered the sky. The heavenly Tao was affected. That's right. Ming Tianhan from the underworld's great punishment heavenly court used 4 sages to forcefully control the heavenly Tao. Descend the position of saint. 15. Dugu Potian said solemnly. Ah! I just received this news not too long ago. This is a big matter, so I didn't have time to verify it. However, the news from the great Qin city proves everything. Of the 15 saints, 12 were eaten by Yang Chuan, 2 were killed by Wu Jiong, and only 1 survived. Moreover, Ming Tianhan's heaven's eye suddenly disappeared for some reason. Dugu Potian said in a low voice. Yang Chuan? So powerful? Everyone's eyes narrowed. Just as everyone was solemn. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard in the sky above the Dugu family. Then, dark clouds covered the sky. For a moment, a majestic heavenly might rushed down. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed as they quickly walked out of the hall. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and for a moment, a storm raged. Crash. The disciples of the Dugu family suddenly knelt down one by one. An irresistible thought surged into his mind. Not good. How could this be? The expressions of the peerless experts changed drastically. However, no one seemed to be able to hold on. The boundless arrogance of the past seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In an instant, everyone suddenly knelt down. Dugu Potian's expression was extremely unsightly as he knelt down, unable to even raise his head. Is it fate? Dugu Potian's expression suddenly changed as he thought of a possibility. The Dugu family's patriarch, Dugu Potian, greets senior. Dugu Potian suddenly shouted. A voice slowly came from the dark clouds, so the Dugu family still has descendant. Yes, we are all disciples of the Dugu family. Dugu Potian shouted again. Ari. He couldn't endure the passage of time and disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation. The voice contained an ancient aura. Senior, you know our primogenitor? Dugu Potian asked in pleasant surprise. In 6 months, I will bestow upon all of you a saint position. A saint must take responsibility for the people of the world. A saint's strength must be at least 9 levels of ancestral immortal. 6 months later, the saint position will descend. The ancient voice sounded. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky slowly scattered, and everything returned to normal. The pressure in everyone's hearts also disappeared, and the disciples of the Dugu family slowly stood up. Their faces were filled with fear and pleasant surprise. Saint position? Saint position? Dugu Potion's eyes lit up. Patriarch, who was that just now? I don't know. With my cultivation at the 9th level of ancestral immortal realm, I actually couldn't resist at all in front of his divine sense. This person is too strong, Dugu Potian said in shock. Just a divine sense. Yes, it's definitely a divine sense and not fate. However, the aura is extremely similar to fate's aura. I don't know who it is, but it looks like my Dugu family's primogenitor has a relationship with this person. Dugu Potian said solemnly. A saint. If I become a saint, perhaps I can take back the heaven-mending sword? Dugu Potion's expression changed. Go. Immediately investigate where Yang Chuan's group went. Yes. 5 months later, Yang Chuan's group arrived in the netherworld. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and shot off in a direction. Sage ruler, we will arrive at the Kong family in 3 days, Bai Qi said with a smile. All right. Yang Chuan nodded. Boom. Another heavenly Tao was mended in the world. Meow. 2999. Only one remains. Meow said as she looked at the sky. The heavens are about to be mended. The last one? Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yin Hentian, do you know the origin of fate? Yang Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian looked at the sky and thought for a while before replying. This subject has some memories. Very few, very few. Oh. During the 3rd epoch, the person who controlled fate was called Sui, Yin Hentian said sullenly. Sui. Bai Qi's expression changed. The first person who controlled fate in the Great Thousand Realms was Sui. Later, he died. Perhaps Sui could revive, but he could only revive in the Great Thousand Realms. It is impossible for him to appear here. Yang Chuan nodded. It looks like Sui entered the Great Thousand Realms during the 3rd epoch. Rumor has it that fate was created by Sui and another person. Furthermore, Sui was that person's disciple. However, that person's whereabouts were unknown. Only then did fate allow Sui to control it. Yin Hentian explained. That person? Who? Bai Qi asked curiously. In the history of the Great Thousand Realms, Sui was the first generation of fate. He was the oldest person. However, Bai Qi did not expect that there would be someone here who understood fate better. This subject does not know much. I only know a name. He seems to be called Nest, Yin Hentian said. Nest. Everyone frowned. Perhaps, the heavenly axiom is recovering one after another because of the Ness. Yang Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. Chapter 1294. Netherworld, outer southern continent. An azure sea churned endlessly. On the surface of the sea, countless evil spirits struggled to rise to the surface. Woe! Ah! Save me! The countless evil spirits struggled, but they could not break free of the sea's shackles. Countless cultivators stood at the shore of the sea in the distance, looking at the sea in awe. Boom! The sea suddenly converged and disappeared. A blue-robed old man stood in the center of the sea. He stared coldly at the corpses before him. Clearly, this blue-robed old man was the one who brought out the sea earlier. It was like Yang Chuan's sea of blood. Whoosh! A large number of cultivators in the surroundings rushed over. Old ancestor, is there any news? A man immediately asked. The blue-robed old man showed a cold expression. The Kong clan disciples are really stubborn. Humph. No matter how stubborn they cannot escape my remote sea soul refining. Old ancestor is mighty. Everyone said in a flattering tone. Ever since I accidentally received a piece of news that the Kong clan's treasure trove was about to open, I led the experts of the 5 weaves here. This Kong clan head, Peacock Z, also made a prompt decision to leave with all the Kong clan disciples. Humph. The blue-robed old man said seriously. Old ancestor, this Kong clan is not very famous in the Netherworld's outer southern continent. What treasure trove can it have? Old ancestor, you are the sect master remote sea. Is there any treasure in the world that can force old ancestor to mobilize so many people? That man asked again. What do you know? The Kong clan is not famous. This is only because the Kong clan's descendants are disappointing. Rumor has it that during the Third Epoch, who in the world dared to not give the Kong clan face? Back then, even Heaven's master, Sway, was extremely polite to the Kong clan. He even made an agreement with Heaven not to involve the Kong clan. Even Heaven did not provoke the Kong clan. How strong is the Kong clan? The strongest clan in the world. It is unrivaled. The sect master remote sea said seriously. Ah! Everyone felt shocked. Serves the Kong family right for being too ostentatious. Near the end of the Third Era, they were almost wiped out. I don't know who they offended, but the items of the number 1 family in the world back then, even if it's a cultivation method, are still very valuable. Hierarch Yuhai said with a deep voice. Serves the Kong family right for being unlucky, and I should be the lucky one as well. I actually learned about this treasure trove from a disciple of the Kong family. It's a treasure trove that the Kong family left as a backup plan back in the day. It's just that the junior is useless and can't use it. Ha 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 ha. Hierarch Yuhai said excitedly. Ancestor is wise. However, where are the Kong clan's people hiding? That man asked. Peacock Z knows how to hide. Even the disciples of the Kong family who were left outside don't know. But it doesn't matter. When I was refining them, I received news that the Kong family will appear again. They are waiting for someone. That person has the key to opening the treasury, said Hierarch Yuhai in a deep voice. Ah! Therefore, the Kong family will definitely appear again and come out to pick up that person. The Kong family disciple who picks him up will definitely know where Peacock Z is, Sect Master Yuhai said in a low voice. As long as we catch him, we can follow the vine to the melon. This time, I've brought all the elites of the 5 territories. I swear that I will obtain the Kong family's treasure trove. Everyone, keep your eyes open. Search, search with all your might. Don't let any of the Kong family disciples go. Anyone who catches one will be heavily rewarded. Hierarch Yuhai said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Boom. Everyone quickly scattered in all directions. Yang Chuan's dragon carriage was flying in the Netherworld's southern outer region. On the dragon carriage, Yin Hentian held a map in his hand. This is the Peacock territory, the Kong family's residence. Why don't I see many peacocks? Miao asked curiously. In this world, the peacocks are indeed not very strong. Yang Chuan nodded. Lord Yin, how much longer? Bai Qi asked. This is the map that Blind Kong sent over years ago. According to the map, we will arrive in the south in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yin Hentian said. Millimeter. Everyone nodded. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed very quickly. Soon, the dragon carriage stopped in mid-air. The Kong family. Yang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Below them was an extremely secluded huge valley. There were countless palaces around the valley. However, at this moment, everything had changed. Most of the palaces had become a pile of ruins. The secluded valley also seemed to have suffered an unprecedented disaster. Many of the surrounding mountains had collapsed. More than 10 corpses were strewn all over the ground. Miao. Miao's eyes widened. It's here. Zhao Afong frowned. It's here. Yin Hentian nodded affirmatively. The Kong family has been massacred, Bai Qi said in a low voice. Fortunately, there aren't many corpses. Yang Chuan took a deep breath. Descend. Yang Chuan said again. Roar. The 5 dragons quickly descended. Bai Qi waved his hand. Boom. A strong gust of wind blew away the surrounding ruins, forming a flat ground for Yang Chuan to rest his feet on. He stepped off the dragon carriage. Everyone walked over to a corpse. Zhao Afang pointed his finger. The soul is gone. It must have been forcefully removed. Zhao Afang said in a low voice. Forcefully removed? It seems like someone is looking for trouble with the Kong family. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yin Hentian nodded and said, there aren't many corpses here. It seems like most of the Kong family members have escaped. Since the Kong family members have escaped, what should we do? Miao shook her head and said. Blind Kong knows that we are coming, so he will definitely send people to check. Let's just wait here. Meng Tian, bury these corpses. Yang Chuan said. Yes. Meng Tian dealt with the corpses on the ground. Yang Chuan looked around. The rest of you, go around and find out what happened here. Yang Chuan said. Yes. Everyone replied. In the blink of an eye, everyone spread out. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, Yin Hentian, and the 3 emperor swords flew in all directions. They went to find people to ask. Meng Tian took care of the corpses and quickly flew in all directions. At the dragon carriage, only Yang Chuan, Zhao Afang, and Miao were left. Miao, there is one more heavenly Dao. Heaven and earth will be complete soon. Miao suddenly looked at the sky. Miao, what's wrong? Zhao Afang asked curiously. Miao shook her head and said, I don't know either. I suddenly have a very warm feeling in my heart. Oh right, Yang Chuan, you said that I am also reincarnated. You also said that I am Xuan Miao? Is that so? It should be. Rumor has it that after Xuan Miao died, he was buried in my world-suppressing copper coffin. Because it was buried in heaven, it was called the sky-burying copper coffin. Later on, the sky-burying copper coffin was divided into 9 parts and Xuan Miao's corpse disappeared. Therefore, 9 heroes of heaven and earth were buried. Moreover, you also have many things that belong to Xuan Miao. For example, the fate of the 12 earthly progenitors in the little felt hat. Also, Xuan Miao is proficient in spatial mystiques. You are also born with it. Xuan Miao, Miao Miao, Miao? Isn't it you? Moreover, your cultivation level increases without tribulation. Why? Because you are the heavens. Why would the heavens send down heavenly tribulation for you? Yang Chuan laughed. But, if so, how did I become heaven back then? Miao asked curiously. Yang Chuan shook his head and said, I don't know. How to control heaven? I have to ask you. Why were you chosen? Miao, I don't know. I forgot. I can't remember. Miao shook her head. Wait a little longer. Perhaps, you will remember in the future. Yang Chuan said affirmatively. Miao. Miao nodded. Yang Chuan stood on the dragon carriage and waited. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a few figures peeping at them from afar. Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold. In the distance, the figures quickly retreated. Quick, inform the patriarch that there is a change in the Kong family's original location. A group of people is coming. Whoosh. The group of cultivators quickly shot in all directions and spread the news. Patriarch. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes on the dragon carriage. Zhao Afang thought for a while and said, there is a sect master Yu Hai in the Netherworld's outer south continent. Could he be the one who massacred the Kong family? Sect master Yu Hai. Yang Chuan's expression changed. This person established a sect and ruled the 5 major territories of the outer south continent. He is very powerful. Zhao Afang explained. Yang Chuan nodded, it is possible. But just as he nodded, Yang Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Miao, protect Afang. Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Whoosh. Yang Chuan quickly shot into the distance. Miao. What happened? Miao shouted. Yang Chuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In just a short while, Yang Chuan appeared in a spacious plain. There was nothing on the plain except for a gentle breeze. But Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. He coldly looked at the breeze. 2 green halos appeared in Yang Chuan's pupils. They looked like the tree of world. Yang Chuan coldly looked at the empty void. It was as if he could see through the void and see another space. There were two people standing in the space. One was Yin Hentian. The other was the head of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Chuanqiu. In the space, the head of the Zhuo family's eyes turned slightly. The surrounding void shook. He stretched out his hand and hit Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian raised his hand to block the attack. But Zhuo Chuanqiu's strength was too great. He pressed down on Yin Hentian bit by bit like a huge mountain. It was as if he was going to flatten Yin Hentian. Why are you here? Yin Hentian said with difficulty. This is your misfortune. Sect Master Yu Hai has mobilized so many people to come here. The surrounding forces have been alerted. I just wanted to see what was going on. I didn't expect you to come here too. You came alone. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. The power of the dual pupil clan will be transferred after death. When one dies, the power of the dual pupil clan will be condensed into the hands of the other dual pupil clan members. For the perfect dual pupil clan, you have to die. Zhuo Chuanqiu said coldly. Cough, cough. Zhuo Chuanqiu, I have already informed the Holy King. You can't kill me. Yin Hentian spat out blood. Informed? I saw it. You just killed a goldfish. That was connected to a life jade, right? But it's a pity that this is the secret skill of the dual pupil clan. It's a brand new space. Yang Chuan can't interfere even if he knows that you are going to die in front of me, Zhuo Chuanqiu said coldly. Is that so? Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Boom. There was a loud sound. The small space that the two of them were in suddenly filled with billions of small stars. The small stars rotated quickly and the surging power crushed the small space. While Zhuo Chuanqiu was still in shock, a palm print appeared in front of him. Boom. With a slap, Zhuo Chuanqiu was sent flying. Bang. The surrounding small space exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 1295. Boom. The space where Zhuo Chuanqiu and Yin Hentian were at exploded. The pressure on Yin Hentian disappeared, but Zhuo Chuanqiu was sent flying back through the stars. Boom. Zhuo Chuanqiu stabilized himself and created a gust of wind. The earlier palm strike had caught Yang Chuan off guard. He had not expected Yang Chuan to be able to pierce through the dual pupil's heavenly mirror with one palm strike. There was still a palm print on his face. Zhuo Chuanqiu was furious. Yang Chuan. Yin Hentian let out a long breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Chuanqiu? Can I interfere? Yang Chuan said coldly. He rubbed his cheek, and the palm print on his face slowly receded. This slap was not painful, but a kind of humiliation. How did you pass through the dual pupil's heavenly realm? Zhuo Chuanqiu asked coldly. One of the abilities of the dual pupils was to create a heavenly realm battlefield. It isolated the inside from the outside, but Yang Chuan had broken through it so easily. Yang Chuan ignored Zhuo Chuanqiu's question. Instead, he suddenly asked, I heard you say that as long as a member of the dual pupil clan dies, his dual pupil power will be transferred to other members of the dual pupil clan? In other words, if you die, the power of the dual pupils will be transferred to Yin Hentian? Sage King, that's right. Yin Hentian sneered as he looked at Zhuo Chuanqiu. With just the two of you? Zhuo Chuanqiu said coldly. Boom. A stream of light flashed in the distance. The gust of wind blew away, and Bai Qi stopped behind Zhuo Chuanqiu. Whoosh. Whoosh. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Jin Dayu, and the three emperor swords heard the commotion and rushed over, instantly surrounding Zhuo Chuanqiu. Terrifying killing intent surged towards Zhuo Chuanqiu. Zhuo Chuanqiu's face changed drastically. Good, good. Yang Chuan? Yin Hentian? Mph, I will return today's humiliation 100-fold. Zhuo Chuanqiu said coldly as he rubbed his face. Do you think you can still escape? Meng Tian said coldly. All of them were de-Asian villains. The purpose of Yang Chuan's trip this time was to be unrestrained at all times. Now that he had trapped you, how could he let you escape? Ha ha. Zhuo Chuanqiu laughed. Then, Zhuo Chuanqiu's body slowly faded away. Not good, his trying to escape. Jin Dayu's face darkened, and he was about to attack. There's no need to do anything, Yin Hentian suddenly said in a deep voice. Huh? Everyone looked at Yin Hentian in confusion. Yin Hentian looked at Zhuo Chuanqiu with hatred in his eyes and said, Zhuo Chuanqiu, there will not be a next time. Next time, I will make you pay the price. Haha. You think you can do that? Zhuo Chuanqiu laughed. His body grew fainter and fainter. Lord Yin, what's going on? Bai Qi asked curiously. That's not Zhuo Chuanqiu's true body. The dual pupil clone is just a clone of Zhuo Chuanqiu. It's useless to kill him, Yin Hentian said bitterly. Let's go back first, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Did you find out anything? Yang Chuan asked as they flew. It's Hierarch Yu Hai. Hierarch Yu Hai seems to be looking for something from the Kong family. The Kong family's patriarch, Peacock Z, saw the opportunity and escaped early on. Hierarch Yu Hai brought countless experts to search the Peacock territory. Such a huge commotion also alarmed some of the experts in the surroundings. They all came over to take a look. Bai Qi explained. Kong family? Could it be the treasure that the heaven-seeking order wants to open? Yang Chuan's expression changed as he analyzed the situation. Yang Chuan and his group left. At their original location, another figure slowly appeared. Zhuo Chuanqiu, Yin Hentian, Yang Chuan. Zhuo Chuanqiu snorted coldly and shot into the forest. Yang Chuan and his group quickly returned to the Kong family's territory. Zhao Arfang and Miao were waiting anxiously. However, at this moment, there was another black-robed figure beside the dragon carriage. Miao, Yang Chuan is back. Miao immediately shouted. Whoosh! Everyone arrived at the dragon carriage. What happened? Zhao Arfang asked worriedly. We met Zhuo Chuanqiu, but it's over now. It's fine. Yang Chuan smiled and looked at the black-robed figure. When the black-robed figure saw Yang Chuan, he gently lifted his hat. Demon King Kong? Yang Chuan's expression changed. Demon King Kong was the ancestor of the Kong family in the sealed world. He had a conflict with Yang Chuan and had one of his arms torn off by Yang Chuan. He then escaped from the sealed world with Kong Outyen. Yang Di. Under the orders of Patriarch Peacock Z and Blind Kong, I have come to bring Yang Di. Demon King Kong smiled bitterly. Oh! Demon King Kong is very grateful that Yang Di has come to the Kong family's rescue. However, this is not the place to talk. Yang Di, please leave with me quickly. Otherwise, if Patriarch Nether Ocean comes, we won't be able to leave. Demon King Kong said worriedly. Is Patriarch Nether Ocean very strong? Even Peacock Z doesn't dare to face him? Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Patriarch Nether Sea has brought the elites of 5 dominions with him. There are a total of 25 ancestral immortals, and that doesn't include Patriarch Nether Sea himself. Rumor has it that Patriarch Nether Sea is a 10th firmament ancestral immortal and has cultivated the Nether Sea Great Tao. Yang Di, let's go. Demon King Kong said worriedly. Ha 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 ha, go? I've waited for so long. Have I waited in vain? A loud shout came from all directions. Splash! Boundless seawater suddenly appeared in all directions. As soon as the seawater appeared, countless ghosts struggled in the seawater. It was an extremely eerie and frightening scene. The seawater rushed toward Yang Chuan and the others. They stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar! The 5 dragons roared and brought the group high into the sky. However, when they were high up in the sky, they could only see endless seawater for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the south, at the peak of a huge wave, a blue-robed elder looked at Yang Chuan and the others with a hint of excitement. Behind the old man, there were countless experts flying over in a dense pack. Yang Chuan took a step forward and said coldly, Patriarch Nether Ocean? In the distance, at the peak of the wave, Patriarch Nether Ocean was extremely arrogant. When he saw someone stand out, he did not think much of it at first. However, when he saw Yang Chuan's appearance, his eyes narrowed. Darzhan? Yang Chuan? Patriarch Nether Ocean's expression sank. Ignoring the mortal realm, Yang Chuan's deeds in the Netherworld had already made Yang Chuan famous. It was impossible for Patriarch Nether Ocean to not know Yang Chuan. However, he did not expect the person that the Kong family was waiting for to be Yang Chuan. Nether Ocean Patriarch, why did you bring so many people to surround me? Yang Chuan asked indifferently. What do you want? Behind him, Demon King Kong looked at Yang Chuan bitterly. Back in the sealed world, Yang Chuan was just a small fry in his eyes. Now, he could face the expert that his entire family feared. Demon King Kong behind you. Give him to me, and we'll pretend that nothing happened today, Patriarch Nether Ocean said solemnly. Patriarch Nether Ocean was strong, but he was not hot-headed. He would avoid a battle if he could. You want him from me? Heh, you don't have the right, Yang Chuan said coldly. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.